C3115. C3115 Qinxiang could feel a strange power attacking the divine sense C, causing his head to hurt. How should I defend against it? Qinxiang asked. Just concentrate, W-A-N-G Dao was very simple. Concentrate? Qinxiang immediately remembered that Ji Xingyuan had taught him how to control the greenstone. He suddenly felt that this was just like controlling the greenstone. He immediately focused. Soon his head stopped moving, and he became much more relaxed. Very good. Seeing the change in Qinxiang's expression, W-A-N-G Dao heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. You are not far from success now, in a while. Some mysterious thing will happen. Do not be surprised. The mysteriousness of the W-A-N-G Dao made Qinxiang's heart itch because W-A-N-G Dao had previously said that there was no need to condense a pill like that. Qinxiang looked at the Tianquang furnace and suddenly realized that all the energy inside was gone. Where did he go? He shouted in shock as he looked at the king. It's in your divine sense C. W-A-N-G Dao child chuckled. Take a careful look. Qinxiang immediately looked at his own divine sense C. He discovered that a red light had appeared on his own divine sense C, floating in the sky like a blazing sun. Is there any danger? Why did you run into my divine sense C? Qinxiang could not understand, no matter how much he thought about it. The power of the flower fruit inside the Tianquang furnace was actually silent. He would enter his divine sense C. This is the magic of this pill. W-A-N-G Dao laughed. Back then, I was just as surprised as you when I refined it. All you need to know is that this is the profound mystery of the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Qinxiang looked at the red scorching sun inside his divine sense C. This scorching sun was shrinking at the moment and quickly turned into a small pellet. Just open your palm, W-A-N-G Dao said. You've already experienced the most difficult part of this pill, and when you crossed it, it didn't seem like much, but in reality it was a narrow escape. It's just that you didn't manage to comprehend it yourself. Therefore, you can't concoct too many of these pills. Otherwise, you'll easily be in danger. Qinxiang wasn't really afraid. He looked at the Wu Dao spiritual Dan that was glowing with a red light and wanted to try eating it. However, he had already promised W-A-N-G Dao, so he had to give it to Ji Xingyuan first. Make another one yourself. At this moment, W-A-N-G Dao's shadow became even more illusory, as if he was about to disappear at any moment. The amount of energy I have to partake. 1 P. 8 in this is not much. You should be familiar with the entire process of refining pills by now, right? Qinxiang nodded his head. I am already familiar with it. I am confident that I can refine one of them by myself. Qinxiang did not notice anything difficult about refining this kind of Wu Dao spiritual Dan. All right, you have to give it to old Ji first. He only needs to eat 2 pills right now. W-A-N-G Dao sternly warned Qinxiang. If you go against it, when you come here, there will be nothing for you to see. W-A-N-G Dao gradually disappeared, and at that moment, only Qinxiang was left. All right, I can try my own way now. Qinxiang laughed slyly and released his heavenly magic sword, allowing it to wander around inside the divine sense C. He felt that the main reason why he was able to go through so much trouble was because his Tianquang furnace had smeared all over the myriad Tao divine soil, and he had used a lot of myriad Tao divine soil S to refine his heavenly magic sword. He then started to refine the second pellet. Previously, he had always been obediently refining according to W-A-N-G Dao's instructions. After the third color appeared, he concentrated on controlling the heavenly magic sword to wander in his divine sense C. His head started to hurt, but did not last long before the pain disappeared. When he looked at the divine sense C, he saw a red sun floating in the sky. Heavenly magic sword is indeed powerful, allowing me to succeed so easily. Qinxiang laughed very happily. He waited for a while, and when the hot sun inside condensed into a pill, He withdrew the time domain. It's time to find Uncle. Chun Xiang asked Feng Ku'er to use the 6 realms mirrors to open an exit, and when he arrived outside, it was already dark. Those fellows probably won't be able to discover me, right? Chun Xiang was worried that someone was hiding in ambush outside, hence he was extremely careful. After he flew away from the mountain, he entered the forest and discovered quite a few people there. Motherf asterisk her, there's more and more people. It should be that many people already know that someone has entered the cave. Chun Xiang had only been inside for a few days, but there were already so many people. Chun Xiang looked at these people and thought that it was extremely funny. Even if these people could enter, they would definitely not be able to obtain the half-ghost old man's inheritance. This bunch of wishful thinking. Chun Xiang couldn't help but mock him in his heart, and then he flew towards Ji Xingyuan's secret residence. He flew for a few days before arriving at that place, but he did not see Ji Xingyuan even after he arrived. Could he be hiding? Chun Xiang immediately thought of a secret place, which was the deep pool that Ji Xingyuan had brought him to cultivate inside a mountain. As expected, the moment he came here, he saw Ji Xingyuan. Uncle! Chun Xiang saw Ji Xingyuan sitting beside the pool of water and shouted loudly. When Ji Xingyuan heard Chun Xiang's voice, he was pleasantly surprised. It's good that you're fine. Ji Xingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried about Chun Xiang's safety these past few days, and even though Chun Xiang had entered the cave, no one knew what was inside. If it was a trap, wouldn't it be very dangerous to go in? Of course I'm fine. I even saw old W.A.N.G. Chun Xiang chuckled. This guy really misses you. What did he say? Why is he still inside? Ji Xingyuan was shocked. He had seen W.A.N.G. Dao leave the No Tao place. It's just a wisp of his hollow soul inside. Chun Xiang said, he instructed me to refine 2 pills specially for you. Chun Xiang Pa S said over the 2 bright red Wu Dao spiritual danas and said, Old W.A.N.G. said that you only need to eat to break through. When we reach Myriad Tao, he will need your help. All right. Ji Xingyuan was extremely excited because he was finally going to leave the No Tao place and head for the Myriad Tao. I want to cultivate here. This pool might be able to help me cultivate even faster, Ji Xingyuan said. I want to return to that place. The cave will be safer. I need to continue making these pills for myself. Chun Xiang was afraid that he would be disturbed here because he could not be disturbed while refining the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Otherwise, problems would easily occur, and his own soul might be torn apart by that energy. All right, you have to come and see me quickly. Maybe I'll break through really quickly, and then you won't be able to see me anymore after being sucked into the Myriad Tao. Ji Xingyuan laughed. C3116. C3116, Chun Xiang chuckled. How can I not see you? In the future, I might even go to Myriad Tao. Ji Xingyuan patted Chun Xiang's shoulders. He was extremely grateful to Chun Xiang, so he ate the 2 pellets and jumped into the deep pool. Chun Xiang saw that after he entered the deep lake, he had also turned into a bird and flew out, heading towards the cave left behind by the king. The defense of this cave was extremely good. Many of the stronger, pathless cultivators were unable to break through the defenses. Moreover, they would be attacked by all sorts of experts almost every year without being harmed at all. It took Chun Xiang a few more days to get to the cave. When he said through the forest, he met even more people, many of whom came from the Undao city. They already knew that the cave had been broken open, but only those who could enter could only wait for that person to come out. What they did not know was that Chun Xiang had already snuck out, but no one knew. I should just continue refining the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Before, Chun Xiang had the thought of using the crash method and the derived method to refine Wu Dao spiritual Dan, but in the end he still gave up. After all, refining this kind of pill still had a certain amount of risk, so he didn't dare to be reckless. He still had 8 medicinal ingredients on hand. He felt that even if he didn't reach the peak of his cultivation, he would still be able to eat a few very good pills. In the no-Tao place, the most important thing is to cultivate the body without a path. The stronger the body without a path, the stronger its power. A divine pill of Tao spiritual energy is able to strengthen the body of a person without a Tao. Chen Xiang could basically refine one pellet every month if he used the time domain. He concocted 6 pills in one go and used the remaining 2 medicinal herbs to cultivate. I'll take one and take a look. Chen Xiang was already impatient. He had already wanted to try the first time he refined the pill. After swallowing the bright, red Wu Dao spiritual Dan, it immediately disappeared from his body. So hot! Chen Xiang suddenly saw his skin turning red, as though it was emitting red light. The heat continuously leaked out from his body, causing white steam to come out from his body. It's so hot, I didn't expect it to have such an effect after eating. Chen Xiang couldn't take it anymore. At this point, he started to feel a burning pain, but he could still endure it. If only I could blow the wind or cultivate in that pool. Chen Xiang suddenly felt that maybe Ji Dao was also like this back then, which was why he decided to cultivate inside. Looks like I have no choice but to endure. He activated his own myriad Tao divine arts, allowing the scorching energy to slowly temper his body. Refining the pellet took a long time, and took Chen Xiang 2 months of time. Furthermore, the process was very difficult to bear, and ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Her, this pill's effects are really terrifying. Chen Xiang could already feel that he was much stronger than before. He felt that if he ate another pill, his strength would almost be comparable to Ji Xingyuan's. If I continue to eat it, won't I have to cultivate to the peak? Will I be sucked in by the power of the myriad Tao then? Chen Xiang was starting to worry about this problem. Right now, he was still unwilling to leave this myriad Tao world, because if he became stronger, he might not be able to return in the future. Eat another pellet, as long as I don't reach the pinnacle of the pathless realm. At that time, I will also have a strong body, and I can cultivate the world-defying stage fierce power, which will make me even stronger. Chen Xiang made up his mind. He would eat another Wu Dao spiritual Dan and refine it. 2 months later, he felt that he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even if he met those red-clothed people again, he would still have the strength to fight back. He had spent 4 months refining these 2 Wu Dao spiritual Dan, but because he had used the power of time, only 4 days had passed set outside. Hee, I'm much faster than Uncle. Let's go back and see him. Chen Xiang quietly left the cave. Although he already possessed extremely strong pathless power, he did not want to cause any trouble for the time being. He had to wait until Ji Xingyuan finished cultivating, and then see if Ji Xingyuan would be sucked into the myriad Tao. Chen Xiang quickly returned to the belly of the mountain. He stood by the side of the lake and looked at the lake, which flickered with red light. It was evident how big of a reaction Ji Xingyuan had after eating it, that even such a deep pool of water could turn into red, and it was still bubbling. Just like that, Chen Xiang sat by the side of the pool and waited. Only after more than a month did he manage to come out from the pool. When Ji Xingyuan saw Chen Xiang, he was very surprised. "You've become very strong," Ji Xingyuan said in shock. "Did you also eat that pill?" Chen Xiang smiled and nodded. "I ate 2 pills. However, I can use the power of time, so my refining speed is very fast. Uncle, it seems like you are about to reach your peak." Ji Xingyuan had only eaten 1 pill. "Yes, 1 more pill, and I'll break through." At this time, Ji Xingyuan was filled with antic. 1. P-ation. He placed his hand on Chen Xiang's shoulder. "Otherwise, I don't even know how long I'll be staying here. Chen Xiang, don't you plan to continue refining pills to eat?" Chen Xiang shook his head. "I am still unwilling to part with this myriad Tao world, and I will think of a way to leave this place. There are too many things that I still have to settle upstairs. I do not plan to go up." Qin Xiang's cultivation situation was a bit complicated. His pathless cultivation had already reached the large success stage, and his primordial divine body had also reached the large success stage, but it hadn't reached its peak yet. However, because he possessed a body without principles, he was still very strong. That's fine. After all, he's already up. He might not be able to come down again. Ji Xingyuan sighed. Ji Dao had always wanted to continue, but had never succeeded. It was still possible to come down from the myriad Tao, but Feng Ku'er had come down from above. As for what he had to do, Qin Xiang did not know either, but at least there was hope. I still need to continue cultivating. Maybe old A and G can continue to help. I need to hurry up and help him. Ji Xingyuan said, I will continue to use this pool of water to cultivate. This pool of water has accompanied me for many years already. All right, I'll wait for you here. Qin Xiang also wanted to see how Ji Xingyuan had been sucked into the myriad Tao. Ji Xingyuan swallowed a Wu Dao spiritual Dan and jumped into the pool. Qin Xiang waited at the side and did not refine any pellets because he felt that he could not promise to not be disturbed in this place. Refining Wu Dao spiritual Dan required a very harsh environment. A few days said. Qin Xiang was initially chatting with the Meijing sisters, but suddenly felt many auras approaching. The red-clothed people have come. Qin Xiang looked solemn. Uncle is cultivating. We must not let them come in. Qin Xiang didn't know how they found this place, but now that they were here, what he needed to do was to force them to retreat. C3117. C3117 Qin Xiang quickly left the belly of the mountain and secretly went outside. Sure enough, he saw the few red-clothed people and some powerful pathless cultivators. They were all the people that wanted to capture him at the entrance of the cave. They must know that Uncle is hiding here. No matter how they found out, I have to think of a way to delay them. Qin Xiang had some small success in cultivating pathless origin, so he was not afraid of these people. He felt that if he were to put his life on the line, these people would definitely not be able to take advantage of him. Qin Xiang immediately rushed to the top of the mountain. The few red-clothed people were the first to notice Qin Xiang, and when they saw him, they all rushed over with extreme speed. Qin Xiang was currently standing on top of the 6 realms mirrors. The other rankers also saw Qin Xiang's figure. They did not think that Qin Xiang had already come out of the cave. They were waiting earlier, but they did not see Qin Xiang come out. Brat, you killed 2 of our men. Today, we must capture them and tear them to shreds. An old man was extremely angry. It was you guys who arrested me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been killed by me. You angered me first. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother to make a move. Qin Xiang snorted. Don't come over if I die. You guys will be here for the rest of your lives. Only I know how to break through. Qin Xiang's words were true. Read. The red-clothed people were the most anxious. They anxiously stopped the other old men. They were worried that the old men would go over and kill Qin Xiang, because Qin Xiang had killed the 2 of them. What method? If you tell me, I guarantee that you will live well, an old man in red said. He trusted Qin Xiang a lot since he was able to enter the cave. Ji Dao's cave had existed for many years, and for many years, experts like them would almost always go there every year. Afterwards, they would use all kinds of methods to attack the cave and try to break open its entrance, but none of them succeeded. However, Qin Xiang, a weak little kid, could enter, and the way he did it was very magical, so he did not use violence. This method of mine is only suitable for 4 people to break through. Qin Xiang said, for now it's because I have 4 pills in my hands. After eating it, I can break through. Everyone knew that only by refining pills would Ji Dao break through, but it wasn't strange for Qin Xiang to be able to obtain the pills left behind by Ji Dao after entering the cave. After everyone heard Qin Xiang's words, they all secretly rejoiced. However, they had too many people, almost 20 of them, and there would be more coming soon. When that happens, there would be even more people, so there wouldn't even be enough for them to split. In order to make these people believe him, Chen Xiang had taken out the Wu Dao spiritual Dan, but he had only taken it out for an instant, and he was worried that these people would steal it away. You better not have any wrong ideas. Chun Xiang snickered. You have been trapped in this realm for so many years. You should be well aware that there is no way to break through. So I am your only hope. If you want to SNATC, H it from me, I will commit suicide. If I die, you all can forget about breaking through. You will be trapped here for the rest of your lives. All right, let's not fight. However, you only have 4 pills with you, and we don't have enough people here to split the spoils. The red-clothed old man said, Now that the pill is in your hands, how do you think we should split it? Chun Xiang looked at the group of people and asked, How did you guys find this place? It was the green robe that told us. He said this is Ji Xingyuan's cultivation grounds. When we found this place, we felt a trace of Ji Xingyuan's aura, so we confirmed his presence. The red-clothed old man answered Chen Xiang truthfully. Previously, the green-robed elder had also sold out Ji Xingyuan and Chen Xiang. It was he who had told the expert hiding in the forest that he, Ji Xingyuan, was going to the cave. It's actually this old bastard. I definitely won't let him off. Chen Xiang cursed in his heart. Chen Xiang looked at him and asked, Is there anyone else coming? Yes, so you have to decide how to split it among us, and also make us sincerely accept it. Otherwise, the consequences will be quite troublesome. Another old man said. Chen Xiang only cared about these red-clothed old men at the moment, because they were the strongest. As long as he could take care of them, it would be fine. All right, Chen Xiang nodded his head. First, everyone that came later was given to me, and since it was you who met me first, why would they be given the Wu Dao spiritual Dan? If they want to join in the fray, I hope you can shut them up. The first to come to this place, and the first to discover me, and the first to know about the Wu Dao spiritual Dan in my hands, are none of them qualified to partake. 1. P. 8 in the compet. 1. Tie-in for the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Chun Xiang's words made everyone secretly nod their heads. They felt that it made a lot of sense. So why did those BASTARDS want to fight with them for this pill? All right, if any of them want to join us, we will make them shut up. An old man in red said. His voice was filled with killing intent. There were fewer people partic. 1. P. Aiding in the compet. 1. Tie-in, so the chances of them obtaining the Wu Dao spiritual Dan would be greater. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people arrived. There were more than 100 people in this group, and the green-robed elder was spreading the news everywhere, saying that Ji Xingyuan was cultivating here, and that it had attracted a group of people. All of them in the Pathless City also had friends that were able to enter the cave. They all wanted to know what Ji Xingyuan's friend got from the cave. Thus, when they heard this news, they hurriedly rushed over. So this is Ji Xingyuan's friend? Brat, do you know what we obtained from W.A.N.G. Dao's cave? Speak. An old man roared very sternly. What did I get? It's none of your business. Chen Xiang snorted. Scram, this is none of your business. Little BASTARD, don't think that you're quite capable just because you're able to enter the cave. I'll teach you a lesson today. The old man was enraged by Chen Xiang's words and immediately rolled up his sleeves. When the old man was about to go over, the red-clothed old man said in a deep voice, This place really doesn't have anything to do with you. You can stay if you want, but there is no part of you. What do you mean? Of course they knew how powerful this group of red-clothed people were. From the looks of it, this group of red-clothed people had entered to speak up for Chen Xiang. It's not interesting. In short, you all are not allowed to touch him, the red-clothed old man coldly said. If you want to touch him, you must ask me. The old man looked at it and laughed. So that's how it is. It seems that this kid got some good stuff from W.A.N.G. Dao's cave. This stuff will definitely help you guys break through. Why shouldn't it be my business? I am a member of the City of the Immoral. C3118. C3118 after all. This was something that could allow them to break through. If they didn't have their share, they would be extremely unhappy in their hearts. We were the first to find that brat. You all only came back later. Thus, this has nothing to do with you all. A short old man said he only has 4 pills. Yes, of the 4 pills in my hand, only the 18 people who came here first have the qualifications to obtain them. Each of yours will be given to you later. Chunxiang said there were more than 100 people coming from the back, and all of them were powerful experts who had been stuck at the same cultivation realm for many years. They were all unwilling to accept this, and all of them felt that they had a share in this. At this point, they had already started quarreling. Chunxiang was extremely unhappy. The Wudao spiritual Dan was clearly his, but these people all felt that it was theirs. If you keep making noise, don't worry about me being impolite. The red-clothed old man roared. His expression changed, and his body released waves of killing intent, causing the entire audience to fall silent. Only the 18 of us, if you want to join, then kill all 18 of us. The red-clothed old man's wolf-like eyes swept across the crowd. I don't want to fight with you, so you'd better behave. If you really want a pill, then do as I say and kill all 18 of us. At this time, the red-clothed people were BRIMMING with killing intent. They were the stronger ones here. Although they had nearly 100 people, if they fought, they might not be able to beat them. Even if they could kill off all 18 of them, they would not be able to do much more than that. They all thought about it for a while. Chunxiang only had 4 pills in his hands, so even if they fought to the end, he might not be the one to obtain them. He might even lose his life. Don't be fooled by this kid. A middle-aged man laughed and said, This guy might have led us like this on purpose. Are you sure that there are pills in their hands that can help us achieve a breakthrough? It doesn't matter if he does or not. I believe him first. If he lied to us in the end, you don't need to say anything. We will do it ourselves. He won't be able to escape. The red-clothed old man said. In any case, they had all lived for a long time, so there was nothing to do now. It could be considered very boring, so it wouldn't matter if they spent some time to deal with Chunxiang. All right, I'll stop messing around with you guys. I'll watch 90% of the scene from the side. The middle-aged man was very tactful. He was the first one to call for an exit, since they were here to join in the fun anyway. There was no need to offend these powerful red-clothed people. This group of people had originally come for their own benefits. Now that they had thought about it carefully, they felt that there wouldn't be any good results if they continued to make a ruckus. They could only withdraw, lest these red-clothed people thought of them. Just a moment ago, they had been very aggressive, but after the red-clothed person and his group had said such vicious words, they immediately became listless and expressed their unwillingness to partake. 1P8. Only a few people could not accept it, but they could not do anything either, so they could only retreat in anger and did not partake. 1P8 in the compet. 1 tie-in for the Wudao spiritual Dan S. Now it's your turn to decide how to split the 4 pills. The red-clothed old man said, We must be fair. I've already thought about it. Chunxiang laughed, then quickly made 18 stone tablets. All of you, take a stone tablet and write your names on it. Then, put the stone tablet into a box and mess it up. I will then extract it from the box. Chunxiang said, Doesn't that depend on luck? One of the elders was unsatisfied as he shook his head. It can't be like this. I won't accept this arrangement, because it all depends on luck. I might not be able to get anything. Chunxiang cursed in his heart. The Wudao spiritual Dan was his, and right now he only compromised with them because he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to these BASTARDS. Of course, not due to luck. Qinxiang said, "Could it be that you want to choose a candidate from among them and arrange for us to battle each other to the death?" A yellow-haired old man sneered, "When the time comes and your pills are useless, won't we have died in vain?" They seemed to know what Qinxiang was going to do. Qinxiang laughed and shook his head. "Of course not. Wait for me to finish. The people that came out wanted to fight me. If they beat me, they would be able to obtain the Wudao spiritual Dan. So everyone had a better chance. This way, we won't need you guys to kill each other, and will only be fighting with me. If we beat you to death, wouldn't we be unable to obtain those pills?" An old man said, "Yes, that's why when you fight me, show mercy. I gave these pills to you guys to save your lives, so don't beat me to death. As long as you win, you will get one and lose the qualification to do so." Qinxiang said, "Wudao spiritual Dan are only for people with true strength to eat. You're so weak. Any 4 of those 18 can easily defeat you. Isn't this the same as trying your luck?" The bystander said, "Am I really weak? I remember when I killed 2 old fellows who were slightly stronger than you two." Qinxiang looked at the old man who was spectating nearby and laughed blandly. "I guarantee that if you were to fight with me, I will kill you within 100 moves. Anyone can brag." The old man laughed heartily. "The reason why you were able to succeed was because you ambushed them. Now I have my guard up. You simply can't defeat me. Then why don't you give it a try?" Qinxiang sneered. "What's so good about winning? If I kill you, I'll be killed by those 18 guys." The old man was unhappy. "If you defeat me, you will be able to obtain the pathless fruit and the pathless flower. This is the medicine used to refine Wudao spiritual Dan. Although you are unable to use it to refine a pill, eating it directly might help you break through." As Qinxiang said this, he took out the pathless flower and fruit. "I only have 1 set of these ingredients, and these are the ingredients used to refine Wudao spiritual Dan. If you can find the alchemist to refine them, you can also obtain the Wudao spiritual Dan, and if you cannot refine the pill into a pill, you can eat them yourself." "All right." The old man was very excited and quickly ran over. They were worried that Qinxiang would be killed during the battle, but after thinking about it, they felt that Qinxiang was still pretty strong. They had all personally witnessed how Qinxiang had killed those 2 back then. Qinxiang had a powerful sword in his hand. It was extremely sharp, but many people did not know about it, and they did not reveal it. Thinking about the sword in Qinxiang's hand, the 18 rankers also secretly remembered that when fighting with Qinxiang later on, they must be careful of that sword. Qinxiang looked at the 18 people and said to them, "Rest assured, I will not die." See 3119. See 3119. The old man came in front of Qinxiang. He was short and fat, with white eyebrows and hair. Seeing that the blue-clothed old man had obtained such a good opportunity, the crowd secretly became jealous. If they had also spoken a few more words just now, they might have been able to provoke Qinxiang and have Qinxiang fight against them. "I'm going to attack." When he spoke, he had already made his move. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist had already reached Qinxiang's face. The speed of his punch was also very fast, and it carried a very strong force as well. Qinxiang had experienced this fist force before. Ji Xingyuan had used it on him before for cultivators who were moral. Their body's power was extremely strong, and when he punched, it was pure physical strength. Because their physical bodies were extremely powerful, coupled with the extremely fast speed of their punches, they could instantly release a very powerful force. Even from a distance, they could still send out a very powerful force while punching. Before the fat old man punched, Qinxiang had already nimbly dodged it. His battle experience was plentiful. He had already seen through his opponent's intentions. At the same time he dodged, he also threw a punch towards the fat old man. His fist looked very slow and gentle, neither too fast nor too slow, and it didn't have the slightest bit of strength, so no matter how you looked at it, it was very weak. The fat old man was secretly amused and anxiously welcomed Qin Xiang's punch with his own hands. He planned to fight with Qin Xiang and then use his strong energy to break Qin Xiang's arm, making Qin Xiang admit defeat. The fat old man welcomed Qin Xiang's attack with his fist. The speed of his punch was extremely fast. It looked like a shadow flying over. The explosive force crushed the stones on the ground. Seeing that, everyone felt that Qin Xiang's arm was going to be crippled. However, for some reason, Qin Xiang's fist and the fat old man's fist suddenly retracted the moment they were about to collide, and Qin Xiang dodged as well. This kind of retracting energy made people feel that it was inconceivable. But what was even more terrifying was that Qin Xiang's movement technique was extremely quick. The moment the fat old man thought that he was going to break Qin Xiang's arm, Qin Xiang had already flashed behind him and punched towards the fat old man's back. The terrifying red flame on the surface of his fist roared, and like a meteor, it brought along the tail flame as it charged forward. Bang! Qin Xiang's fist struck the fat old man's back and sparks exploded out. His fist had also penetrated the fat old man's back and penetrated his body, causing his heart to break from the punch. After that, both of Qin Xiang's palms struck out consecutively. The power of his palms seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn the seas. The shadows of his palms danced across the sky and smashed onto the fat elder's body with a ferocious force. In the blink of an eye, the fat old man's body was struck by the countless heaven-blasting palm. After Qin Xiang withdrew his palm, the fat old man was already lying on the ground. Spitting out blood, his body looked like mud. The bone-melting magic palm is still very easy to use. Just now, Qin Xiang had not only used the power from his flesh, he also used the world-defying stage divine power. The meteor immortal power could transform the world-defying stage divine power into an extremely powerful force to explode out, and then fuse with the power of the flesh, making it extremely terrifying. Therefore, just a single punch from Qin Xiang was able to penetrate the fat old man's strong body. Everyone was still in shock from Qin Xiang's punch, and when they regained their senses, the fat old man was already on his last breath, lying on the ground. At this time, Qin Xiang was also trying to prove that he had very strong power, so those 18 people would be at ease. What a terrifying fist force! It actually pierced through such a body. This kind of power is very extraordinary. It's not something we're used to. Yes, this fellow probably came from the outside. He still has a considerably strong world-defying stage divine power in his body, and just now he must have used the world-defying stage divine power in combination with his pathless power. That's why he's so terrifying. The people here were very experienced, so they immediately made their judgment. However, they had thought of another problem. Qin Xiang had just arrived at this place, but his cultivation, pathless, was already so terrifying. There was only one possible explanation, and that was that Qin Xiang had eaten that kind of Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Qin Xiang rubbed his fist and said, "This is the power of Wu Dao spiritual Dan. I only ate one pill and I become so strong. You all saw it, right? I'm not lying to you all." At this time, everyone's eyes were burning with Pa-S, Shaun. When they looked at Qin Xiang, their eyes exploded with a scorching light, as if they wanted to swallow Qin Xiang whole. Especially those 18 experts, they were even more excited because they had the chance to obtain that pill. At that time, once they ate it, they would be able to break through and head to the Myriad Tao. They had been trapped here for a long time and wanted to go up for a long time. "Hurry up and carve your names on the stone tablet," Qin Xiang said. "This way, you will be able to get the Wu Dao spiritual Dan even faster." Everyone had seen the effects of the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. A person who had just entered the No Tao place not long ago would have the same strength as them after eating just one pill. That was equivalent to their many years of cultivation. There were many people who had cultivated here for many years. but none of them were as strong as Chen Xiang, which showed just how strong the effects of the Wu Dao spiritual Dan were. Of course, Chen Xiang would not tell them he had already eaten 2 pellets, and the people here would need to eat 2 in order for him to break through. At that time, he would be forced to give the Wu Dao spiritual Dan to them, and they would not be able to break through either. By the time they discovered him, a month had already passed, and by that time, Jixing Yuan would already have successfully refined the Wu Dao spiritual Dan and made a breakthrough to myriad Tao. Chun Xiang took out a box and opened it to let them put the stone tablet inside. Whoever I pick will fight me. The Wu Dao spiritual Dan is still very useful to me. I want to keep it. Chun Xiang laughed. Just now, they saw Chun Xiang's strength and were not too worried that Chen Xiang would lose 4 consecutive rounds. Thus, all 18 of them would have the chance of fighting against Chen Xiang, and at that time, if they were unable to win against Chen Xiang, they would indeed not have the qualifications to obtain the Wu Dao spiritual Dan, and if they were unable to obtain it, they would definitely not let this matter rest. Chen Xiang placed all the stone tablets into the chest, and then shook the chest, causing a stone tablet to sway out, with the words Yuan Shufeng written on it. Who is Yuan Shufeng? Chun Xiang shouted. A bald old man shouted excitedly, It's me! This elder was not a red-clothed person, which also made Chun Xiang feel a lot more at ease. He was still a little worried that he would have to face the red-clothed person. Yuan Shufeng had already ran over. He was extremely excited. He felt that he had defeated Chun Xiang. This way, he would be able to obtain a Wu Dao spiritual Dan, and the first one would be him. C3120. C3120 everyone had seen Chen Xiang's strength. To be able to easily kill the fat old man, this kind of strength was indeed shocking, but the 18 rankers all felt that they had the confidence to win, as they were the most famous and oldest rankers here. They hoped that Chen Xiang would be weaker, but they were worried that he would lose 4 rounds consecutively, and at that time, they would not have any more chances. Of course, Yuan Shufeng hoped that Chen Xiang would be weaker than he imagined, since it would be easier for him to fight. Chen Xiang was relatively at ease. All of their cultivation levels were higher than him, but they did not dare to do anything, because as long as they did not kill him, they would not be able to obtain his Wu Dao spiritual Dan. This would cause them to be unable to display their true strength. This would benefit Chen Xiang, so he had the confidence to defeat them. You can use weapons in battle. Yuan Shufeng asked. He took out a blue big blade. The blade looked very STU. DY. The blade body was also glowing with blue electric light. Of course you can. Chun Xiang was extremely curious about this blade. All the people here were cultivating without a path and were not able to use the various types of energy in the myriad Tao. But this blade contained an extremely dense amount of lightning energy and was not like a product of this place. Everyone knew that Chen Xiang had a very sharp sword, but they felt that the weapon in their hands were also very powerful and should be able to block Chen Xiang's sharp sword. XSDXT, don't worry. I won't kill you. I also hope that you will be more tactful. If you know that you cannot defeat me, it would be best for you and me to surrender as soon as possible. Yuan Shufeng laughed, looking at him like he was determined to win. Chen Xiang did not have a good impression of Yuan Shufeng, and looked rather sinister and a little arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a Wu Dao spiritual Dan, he would have definitely been killed by Yuan Shufeng during the battle. I understand. I'm very afraid of death. Chun Xiang laughed. I also hope that you can be more tactful. If you can't beat me in a fight, then admit defeat. You're different from me. I can kill you. After Chun Xiang finished speaking, he looked at the other 17 rankers and said, In battle, facing strong people like you, I will not go easy on you. If you guys were to be killed by me, please forgive me. What was the point of understanding after death? Everyone cursed in their hearts. Just go ahead and fight. This is the type of battle that is supposed to be fought in the first place. We are your seniors, and our cultivation is higher than yours. An old man said. His words made people feel that they were being very reasonable. and if he was being reasonable, they should not have taken Chen Xiang's Wu Dao spiritual Dan and should have left obediently. Then I won't be polite. Chun Xiang took a deep breath, then shouted, "Let's walk 100 steps separately with our backs facing each other, and then the battle will immediately begin." "All right." Yuan Shufeng nodded in agreement. Then they walked 100 steps, with their backs to each other. They were running at the same speed, so when they finished 100 steps, they immediately turned around and charged at each other. The two of them were almost at the same speed, so in the instant after they were 100 steps away, they suddenly turned around and collided with each other. The only difference was that Yuan Shufeng had used his blue divine blade to charge over and slash at Chen Xiang. But Chen Xiang had no use for it, and actually challenged Yuan Shufeng with his bare hands. This surprised everyone, because Chen Xiang actually did not use his powerful divine sword. When Chen Xiang rushed over, he knew that Yuan Shufeng was going to use his blade, so he dodged it immediately. When he was dodging, he threw out a punch through the air. After punching out, he immediately dodged. When the fist force rushed over, Yuan Shufeng also noticed it, his body trembled, and released a burst of powerful force, causing Chen Xiang's fist force to dissipate, and then locked onto Chen Xiang's position and fiercely slashed out a few more times. The blade and blade were releasing a burst of berserk energy and released wave after wave of howling and exploding sounds. "He's really amazing." Chen Xiang unleashed heaven blasting palm towards the blade force, causing the berserk blade force to be blown away, but the wave of qi still affected him. Although they had only received a few moves, they had already determined that Chen Xiang's strength was on par with his. Especially in terms of strength, he was actually able to disperse the force of his blade. Chen Xiang saw the look on the other party's face and secretly went on guard. He was worried that the other party would trick him. "Looks like we're going to have a tough battle." Yuan Shufeng laughed. "It's been a long time since I've fought in a battle like this. I'm still looking forward to it." "I'm looking forward to it as well. Let's have a good fight then." Then he was the first to rush over and start fighting with Yuan Shufeng. Everyone was watching from afar. They were very serious, especially those 17 people, because they could help them to understand just what kind of strength Chen Xiang had. When they saw that Chen Xiang was equally strong as Yuan Shufeng, their hearts grew heavy, because Chen Xiang was not weak at all. They all knew Yuan Shufeng's true strength. If Yuan Shufeng was not able to defeat him, it would be difficult for them to defeat him. However, Yuan Shufeng was still an old guy, so he should be stronger than Chen Xiang in every aspect. If it was going to be a prolonged battle, they all thought that Chen Xiang would be unable to defeat Yuan Shufeng, the old fellow. The heavenly magic sword that they were more worried about before had also not appeared at this time. They felt that Chen Xiang should release the heavenly magic sword at this time, in order to avoid a prolonged battle. "Why hasn't he used that sword yet?" An old man in red said in a low voice. "Maybe he deliberately chose not to use it because he wanted to catch me off guard. That's not right. If he continues, he will only be at a disadvantage. When the time comes, no matter how strong that sword is, it will be useless." That's right. Yuan Shufeng must have been wary of his sword. He should have used it long ago. Their voices were loud, and she was doing it on purpose for Chen Xiang to hear. She was hoping for Chen Xiang to use the Ji. Oh, delay sword quickly, so that he had a very good chance of defeating Yuan Shufeng. As long as they weren't the ones fighting, they hoped that Chen Xiang would win. This way, they had a better chance to obtain the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Yuan Shufeng heard the people at the side discussing loudly. He was furious and cursed in his heart, because if Chen Xiang were to use the divine sword right now, he really wouldn't be able to deal with him. C3121. C3121 Chen Xiang was deliberately hiding his strength. It was not because he wanted to catch Chen Xiang off guard, but to stall for time. He wanted to delay as much time as possible, because it would take more than 10 days for the battle to end. After all, they were all very strong people, and everyone had similar strength, so it was normal for them to need a long time. The battle continued for an entire day. It had been a long time since Chen Xiang had fought in this kind of battle, and he purposely delayed for a long time. If not, he might have killed Yuan Shufeng right from the start. This kid really consumes energy. Is he trying to stall for time? What is the purpose of stalling for time? Could it be to buy time for Ji Xingyuan? Doesn't he know that once he breaks through, he will be directly sucked into the myriad Tao? Even if Ji Xingyuan had broken through, he would not be able to deal with us, and in the end he would have to hand over the Wu Dao spiritual Dan honestly. Ji Xingyuan must have definitely told him before, so it can be confirmed that he is not stalling for time. Rather, he is unable to use that sword. That's most likely the case. That sword is so powerful, so there should be a limit to its usage. The last time he used it, not much time had passed, so he shouldn't be able to use it yet. Everyone guessed. They did not think Chen Xiang was stalling for time, but Chen Xiang was stalling for time. Soon, 3 days passed. 1. Ben. Read. Chen Xiang and Yuan Shufeng had done their best in their battle, but the battle between Yuan Shufeng and Yuan Shufeng was no longer that intense. It could be seen how much energy they had expended. Brat, you really use energy. Yuan Shufeng's old face was covered in sweat. Chen Xiang was also panting, but it seemed like he could still continue fighting. It won't be that easy for you to obtain the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Chen Xiang laughed. He rushed out again and fought Yuan Shufeng barehanded. His fighting style was very simple. He only used the combination of meteor immortal power and heaven blasting palm. He did not use any other powerful moves. Forget it. Looks like I have to show my true abilities in order to qualify to obtain that Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Yuan Shufeng suddenly laughed sinisterly and took out a black whip. This whip looked rather ordinary and very black. There was no aura emanating from it, and it was not as beautiful as the blue divine knife he had previously used. What is this? Chen Xiang frowned and asked. Seeing how confident Yuan Shufeng was at the moment, he was a little worried. I'm just changing my weapon. I should be allowed to switch my weapon midway, no? The speed at which Yuan Shufeng replaced the weapon was extremely fast. He suddenly distanced himself from Chen Xiang, and then kept the divine blade inside his spatial divine tool. The fact that he was able to use a storage divine tool meant that he definitely came from the myriad Tao. It was just that he could only store a few things now, but it was enough for him to store weapons. There's no rule that we can't change weapons. Chen Xiang nodded. No one present seemed to know why Yuan Shufeng suddenly switched the black whip. Yuan Shufeng was of the same generation as them, so they all understood each other better, but they did not know that Yuan Shufeng had such a whip. The speed that he exploded out was actually faster than before, and it was obvious that he was still suppressing a portion of his strength. After all, he could not kill Chen Xiang, so he held back when attacking. This was also what Chen Xiang had expected. He just did not know what use Yuan Shufeng's whip had. Pow! Yuan Shufeng lashed out with his whip from afar. Although it did not hit, it did not need to get too close to Chen Xiang to prevent him from attacking him from a close distance. Thus, Chen Xiang had to avoid the attack from a distance. This would be beneficial to Yuan Shufeng's long-distance attacks. The next 2 days, Yuan Shufeng fought with this whip against Chen Xiang. The result was similar to before. No one took advantage of anyone. This guy must be hiding something. Chen Xiang was on guard the whole time. It was already dark. The stars were obscured by thick clouds in the middle of the night. Just like before, Yuan Shufeng continued to wave his whip to attack Chen Xiang. The whip was originally black, so now that it had fused with the darkness, it was rather difficult to see with one's eyes. Chen Xiang could only judge the distance between the whip and the sound, as well as the weak vibrations the whip made. As usual, Yuan Shufeng brandished the black whip. After determining the range of the whip, he immediately dodged it. However, this time, the long whip was different from before. It was as though a nimble snake was fiercely chasing after it. and the black whip had already left Yuan Shufeng's hand. In an instant, it flew onto Chen Xiang's body. After Qin Xiang felt his body being tightly restrained, he immediately understood Yuan Shufeng's intentions. After everyone saw this, they couldn't help but to admire Yuan Shufeng's skill. They secretly cursed Yuan Shufeng as an old cunning fox in their hearts. "Do you want to admit defeat?" Yuan Shufeng said with a smile. At this time, Chen Xiang's body was tied up by that black whip, leaving only his head exposed, which was still shrinking. What Qin Xiang felt was terrifying was that this long whip was extremely strange. No matter how much strength he used, it was as if his power was being absorbed, causing him to be unable to struggle free from this long whip that seemed to have life. Before, Chen Xiang had also used world-defying green dragon to hold others down, and now he was also being held down by someone else in the same way. It was just that this thing did not look like a beast, but a very magical thing. This guy really has a trick up his sleeve. Looks like he's going to obtain a Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Although he is a bit shameless, there is nothing much to say. After all, he did not violate the rules. That's right, his strange black whip can also be considered a weapon. It's just that it possesses a very strange ability. The 17 old men all thought that Chen Xiang had lost for sure. Although Chen Xiang was still struggling, they all believed that he had no chance at all. Unless he admitted defeat, there was no way to struggle free from this strange black whip. Chen Xiang continued to struggle. At the moment, he was already on the ground, rolling like a bug, and releasing low roars continuously. I said it dozens of times. If you don't admit defeat, I will be sorry. Yuan Shufeng laughed coldly. Now that Chen Xiang was being controlled by him, it could be said that he could easily trample Qin Xiang, which was why he was so calm and collected. The whip was used for self-defense. It could be seen that he was extremely cautious. Even though he was very strong, he did not let down his guard. They had known Yuan Shufeng for a long time. They did not know that Yuan Shufeng had such a powerful thing. If they were to clash with Yuan Shufeng, and suddenly Yuan Shufeng released this thing, they would not be able to hold on, and would only die in the end. C3122. C3122. Yuan Shufeng was counting down, while Chen Xiang was still struggling to break free from the whip. "Shao Kur, is there any way?" Chen Xiang asked Feng Kuter, who was inside the Yao Mountain Villa. "This thing is pretty powerful, and it's naturally nurtured. I wonder where he got it from." Feng Kuter said, "Of course I have a way to help you break free, but once you use it, the whip will probably be destroyed. Are you willing to destroy it?" "Of course I don't want to." Qin Xiang laughed. "Once I get rid of this guy, this whip will be mine. So can you think of any other way? Let me break free and kill this guy." Yuan Shufeng had already finished counting 10 times, and seeing that Qin Xiang did not admit defeat, his expression became sinister. He was already extremely agitated after being wasted by Chen Xiang for more than 10 days, and now that Qin Xiang was being restrained, he was actually wasting time with him. This made him extremely angry, and he ruthlessly stepped on Chen Xiang's face. "Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, quickly concede. Otherwise, I'll definitely torture you so you'll know my methods." Yuan Shufeng said ferociously. His old face was extremely terrifying. Yuan Shufeng saw that the Wu Dao spiritual Dan was right in front of his eyes, and he could immediately obtain it. But Chen Xiang refused to surrender for a long time, which made him anxious. When he met with this kind of situation, even an old fellow like Yuan Shufeng, who had lived for a long time, would not be able to calm down, so he released all of his pent-up anger that he had suppressed for many days, and started to punch and kick Qin Xiang. $1 read dollar novels. YBDU. Old B, A-S-T-A-R-D, kill me if you dare. Chen Xiang sneered. He was not afraid of Yuan Shufeng using such a method. If Yuan Shufeng really dared to kill him, he would not be able to escape either. When Yuan Shufeng saw that Chen Xiang was threatening him, he became even more furious. He raised his head and laughed wildly, then took out a small needle and laughed sinisterly. "All right, I'll give you one more chance." Yuan Shufeng held Chen Xiang's head down, then slowly moved the needle in front of Chen Xiang's eyes. At this time, Yuan Shufeng used one hand to push Chen Xiang's eyes away, and then stared straight into Chen Xiang's eyes. He laughed sinisterly. "Brat, let me see how much torture you can endure." "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will only let you beg me to kill you, haha." They all hated Chen Xiang more because he didn't give them the Wu Dao spiritual Dan he knew. They felt that if they were in his place, they would definitely torture him the same way that Yuan Shufeng was doing. Old B, A-S, T-A-R-D, it's not certain who will win and who will lose. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed. The eye that was bulged open suddenly shot out a red beam of light, aimed straight for Yuan Shufeng's eye, and shot out through his head. After Yuan Shufeng's brain was severely injured, his head was in extreme pain, and he rolled on the ground. Chen Xiang gasped for breath. He had just used his world-defying stage divine power to release the heart-piercing demon eye. If he used a world-defying stage divine power that was very weak, it would have been melted by the pathless rules. This was why he was able to release the world-defying stage divine power. Even though it only appeared for an instant, it was enough for him to counterattack. Yuan Shufeng had just gotten so close to Chen Xiang and was not on guard at all, so he had no idea that Chen Xiang could use such a powerful world-defying stage divine power. Yuan Shufeng had also come here from the Myriad Tao a long time ago, and for many years he had already forgotten about the world-defying stage divine power. Furthermore, when he was fighting with Chen Xiang, he knew that Chen Xiang's world-defying stage divine power could not be leaked. Just now, he had been looking straight into Chen Xiang's eyes and was so close to him that Chen Xiang only needed to release a short moment of demon eye ray to pierce through Yuan Shufeng's eyes and head. "I'm not that easy to deal with." Chen Xiang had already escaped from the Black Whip. It could be seen that the Black Whip was controlled by Yuan Shufeng, who could control the whip through his spirit energy. After Chen Xiang struggled free, he kept the whip inside the Yao Mountain Villa. It was already his. "I will kill you." When Yuan Shufeng saw that Chen Xiang had taken his whip away, he was enraged. He immediately jumped up and rushed over. Seeing him rush over, Chen Xiang immediately threw the 6 realms mirrors out. When Yuan Shufeng was about to punch him, he happened to hit the 6 realms mirrors in the mirror. The mirror suddenly trembled, reflecting back the force that he had unleashed just now. Moreover, it was several times stronger. Yuan Shufeng never thought that a mirror would suddenly appear, and even more so, he never expected that after his fist landed on it, it would reflect such a terrifying force and shatter his arm. Soon after, Chen Xiang fiercely rushed over and directly grabbed the 6 realms mirrors and poured a large amount of world-defying stage divine power in, causing a large amount of strong world-defying stage divine power to flow and activate the array formation inside the 6 realms mirrors. Then he raised the 6 realms mirrors and crazily slapped Yuan Shufeng's head. Both of Chen Xiang's hands grabbed onto the edge of the 6 realms mirrors and continued to pound on Yuan Shufeng's head nonstop, and with a few blows it was shattered to pieces. Old B-A-S-T-A-R-D, to make you treat me so maliciously. Chen Xiang stood up, gasped for breath, and kept the 6 realms mirrors. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. Not long ago Chen Xiang was still in a difficult situation, but not long ago he who was extremely proud of himself was killed, and even his brain was smashed. "I won." Chen Xiang looked at the people and shouted, "I need to rest for a while before I can continue fighting. Do you all have any objections?" The 17 people all shook their heads. Their emotions were a little complicated right now. Firstly, they were happy because they had lost another compet. 1. Tore because they did not give Chen Xiang's Wu Dao spiritual Dan out. At the same time, they were also more worried because Chen Xiang was not weak at all, and he had even obtained the Black Whip. Especially the red light that was being emitted by Chen Xiang's eyes, it made them extremely shocked. To think that it could so easily penetrate Yuan Shufing's head. They had never seen this kind of method before. And Chen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors in their eyes was just a very powerful SHI plus ELD that could even reflect strength. In battle, they could use weapons and divine artifacts, but now, Chen Xiang would be able to rely on these things to become even stronger, causing them to be secretly worried that they would not be able to defeat Chen Xiang. Everyone saw that Chen Xiang was extremely stubborn. Even to that extent just now, he still did not admit defeat, so it would be extremely difficult for them to defeat Chen Xiang and make him hand over the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Chen Xiang sat on the ground to rest. "How many days do you need to rest?" A red-clothed old man asked. "Can you draw a stone tablet first?" The red-clothed old man was also extremely impatient. "About 3 days. That shouldn't be a problem, right? You all have seen my previous battle, right? I was very tired from it." Chen Xiang said, "All right, I will take out a stone tablet now." Chen Xiang exhaled, then took out the box and shook it, and very quickly a stone tablet came out. The 17 old fellows all anxiously looked at Chen Xiang and picked it up. C3123. C3123. Everyone held their breath. They wanted to see who the next person fighting Chen Xiang would be. "Hu Wenyin!" Chen Xiang shouted, only to see a red-clothed old man immediately overjoyed, as if he had already forgotten how powerful the strength Chen Xiang had displayed just now was. He believed that he would definitely be able to defeat Chen Xiang and obtain a Wu Dao spiritual Dan. Everyone present believed in the effects of the Wu Dao spiritual Dan, because previously Chen Xiang was still very weak. But now he had become much stronger, able to fight evenly against an expert of the older generation. At this moment, Hu Wenyin was also adjusting his condition. After being overjoyed, he remembered the battle with Chen Xiang not long ago, and felt that Chen Xiang still had some abilities. Furthermore, Chen Xiang had obtained a powerful long whip. Chen Xiang was currently resting peacefully. He needed to rest for 3 days in order to recover, and at that time he would be in his best condition to accept battle. Hu Wenyin was currently discussing with the other red-clothed elders in a low voice. He did not know what kind of secret method they had used to prevent their voices from spreading. "Chen Xiang, can you use that whip now?" Feng Ke asked. "I can't for now. It contains Yuan Shufing's remaining mental energy. I need to purge all of it before I can control it. This will take a period of time. Why don't you try and see if you can purge the remaining mental energy inside?" Chen Xiang said, "If you can clear it within 3 days, then when I fight with the red-clothed old man, my chances of winning will increase by a few points." If Chen Xiang had not been able to use the heart-piercing demon eye to attack Yuan Shufing in time, he would have been tortured a little and would not have been able to escape the bindings of the whip. "All right, I'll try," Feng Ke said. She tried it and soon came to a conclusion. There's a lot of spiritual force inside, and it is fused together with the entire whip. It is not easy to understand. It will take you a long time to control the whip. You may not be able to use it in the near future. Chen Xiang thought for a moment, then said, "I still have a little strength, so I'll make a time domain for you, and you can remove the spirit brand inside it. Then I'll see if I can directly fuse my soul with this whip inside the divine sense C, and at that time my soul and whip will both be inside the time domain, and I'll be able to gain a lot of time." "All right," Feng Ke said, "it should work." Chen Xiang had released the time domain in the Yu Yao mountain villa, and it was only used against Feng Ke alone. Therefore, his energy consumption was not very large, and his own recovery speed was already very fast, so it would not affect him much. You don't have to worry about that black whip. For Yuan Shufing to control that whip so well, it must have been refined by Yuan Shufing's spirit force for a long time. Even if he could remove the spirit mark inside, it would be difficult for him to fuse with the whip in a short period of time. Wanting to control this kind of divine weapon like a fish in water is not easy. It would at least need 2 months of time. An old man in red said, This brat has a lot of methods. I need to be more vigilant. You don't have to worry that he will kill you. Since he doesn't have that kind of strength yet, if Yuan Shufeng wasn't too careless, he wouldn't have killed you this way. I got it. The red light that was released by his eyes a moment ago, I have already seen it. I will guard against it. Hu Wenyan nodded his head. I will be even more careful. I will definitely be able to get a Wu Dao spiritual Dan. The red-clothed people started to seriously discuss, while Chen Xiang was busy with his own matters. It had only been half a day since he had used the time domain to buy time for Feng Ku'er to successfully wipe away the mental energy within the Black Whip. Now that your spiritual force has been erased, try and let your divine soul enter the time domain and fuse with the Black Whip. Feng Ku'er said, All right, I'll give it a try now. Chen Xiang controlled his own divine soul to enter a time domain, and then he controlled the Black Whip to stay together with the divine soul. Afterwards, he released the mental energy from the divine soul, and at the same time he concentrated his own mind, as if he was treating a green ghost stone. Fortunately, he could keep up with his speed, allowing the Black Whip to absorb his psychic power. If everything goes well, I'll be able to fuse with this whip in 3 days. Chen Xiang was secretly delighted. He looked at the red-clothed people. He guessed that these red-clothed people all knew of the characteristics of the long whip, and definitely thought that he wouldn't be able to control the whip in the short term. It's not a last resort. Don't use it. Chen Xiang made up his mind. Soon after, he heard the crowd of people in the distance talking about this matter, and actually felt that he would not be able to grasp this powerful whip in a short period of time. This made him even more determined. This was not a critical moment, so he definitely could not use it. The Black Whip slowly but steadily established a connection with Chen Xiang, and Chen Xiang could already gradually feel the close connection between this whip and himself, which made him even more at ease. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Chen Xiang had recovered from his previously exhausted look. It's the same as before. We'll start after 100 steps, with our backs facing each other. Chen Xiang said, Don't worry, we will allow you to use that Black Whip. Hu Wenyan laughed sinisterly. We are very reasonable. Chen Xiang cursed in his heart. If he was really being reasonable, he wouldn't have come to us. N-A-T-C-H him. N. Chen Xiang only nodded his head, with a dull expression. It made people feel that he wasn't particularly happy, as if his heart was a little heavy. All right, let's begin now. Hu Wenyan and Chen Xiang had their backs against each other, and after walking 100 steps respectively, the battle had already begun. What Chen Xiang found strange was that Hu Wenyan did not turn around, but stood still. Just like last time, after taking 100 steps, Chen Xiang suddenly turned around and charged out. After that, he punched across the sky at Hu Wenyan, blasting out a monstrous wave of fist force. The fist force swept out, releasing a walala sound, and instantly covered Hu Wenyan within it. However, Hu Wenyan stood very steadily on the ground, and only then did he slowly turn around. He turned around and roared at Chen Xiang. An extremely terrifying sound wave rushed out, shaking the entire ground and causing some of the nearby boulders to shatter. The spectators in the distance were so shocked that their ears hurt. They had no choice but to use their own strength to block this sound wave. And when Chen Xiang was hit by the sound wave, his ears hurt. At this moment, his ears were still buzzing, and he could not hear anything at all. C3124. C3124, just when he was deaf. Hu Wenyan once again roared a few times. That sound wave was extremely terrifying. Not only did it dissipate the power of his fists, it even pushed him back like a wave. My ear is damaged, Sijing. Beautiful. Quickly release all the energy you have in your body. Chen Xiang immediately shouted out. At the same time, he used the world-defying stage divine power to protect his ears, to prevent them from being attacked. He didn't know that Hu Wenyan would use a sonic wave attack, and that he was extremely proficient at it, causing him to be caught off guard. But Hu Wenyan knew of his strength, and had watched his battle with Yuan Shufeng before. I got taken advantage of by this guy. Chun Xiang was extremely unhappy and he scolded himself. At this time he had gradually regained his senses, but Hu Wenyan was actually constantly running around him, occasionally attacking him with sound waves, and every time he roared, he would become extremely strong, able to shake Chun Xiang's heart, causing him to feel pain in his bones and muscles. Is this guy attacking from afar? Chun Xiang clenched his teeth. Fine, since I like to waste time, it's fine to delay. Chun Xiang's goal was to stall for time, so the opponent had no intention to attack in a hurry. It had to be said that Hu Wenyan's current methods were extremely powerful. Every time he roared, he would inflict a little bit of damage, causing his body to continuously feel pain. It was a good thing that he had the power of regeneration that the Mei Jing sisters provided him with. Otherwise, his own recovery would not be able to keep up. If this went on for too long, his body would be crippled by the sound waves. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. When Hu Wenyan saw that Chun Xiang was still spirited, he couldn't help but to be suspicious. He felt that even if it were an expert at Yuan Shufeng's level, after being continuously attacked by the sound wave for 3 days, they would definitely be injured. In these 3 days, it was not only Hu Wenyan who kept on attacking Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang kept on attacking him, so Hu Wenyan also needed to scatter Chun Xiang's power. Quite impressive. Hu Wenyan laughed coldly. Whatever. Next, I'll let you see my strongest. Hu Wenyan became serious at this moment. It looks like he also hid some powerful methods. At their level, they would need to leave a few moves behind in order to not let their opponents understand them too well. This way, when they fought with their opponents in the future, they would be able to use their overwhelming techniques to turn a defeat into a victory. But now, seeing that Chun Xiang was so hard to deal with, Hu Wenyan's previous plan was already unworkable. Furthermore, he himself had consumed a lot of energy, so he could only use his own unique moves. Chun Xiang saw the other party's serious expression and started to worry, but he still did not stop his attacks. His attacks were simple. Even with such violent techniques like the Meteor Immortal Power, it was able to intimidate his opponent, and the opponent would need a lot of strength to defend. So if he accidentally got hit, he would suffer more serious injuries. Hu Wenyan looked at Chun Xiang, his mouth suddenly opening wide, his entire body trembling extremely quickly. No one knew what he was doing. Another sonic wave attack. Chun Xiang saw that Hu Wenyan looked like he was roaring, but he did not hear a thing. Just when he was puzzled, he felt a sudden pain in his head. This made him turn pale with fright because his vision had already turned slightly black. Not good. What attack is this? It had only been a slight pain before, but it was soon replaced by an excruciating pain, causing him to be unable to focus. Ha ha! Hu Wenyan's complacent laughter rang. Chun Xiang only felt his own heart involuntarily ache. Hu Wenyan had already attacked over, and had even used a very powerful force to directly attack his heart. Pooh! Chun Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time his vision was still black and his head was still aching. He did not know what method the other party used to attack him. This is a spiritual attack. This guy's mental energy is extremely strong. Feng Kuter said, Even I feel attacked. How? Chun Xiang could not understand because his defense was good enough, but he was still hit. Boo! Chun Xiang heard the sounds of the second transformation. It was the sound of Hu Wenyan's fist SMAs. Plussing on him, hitting his face hard, sending him flying, causing his head to go on a rampage again. He mixed in with a strange sound wave. This sound wave can create a ripple that can directly send the attack power of his mind into your mind. Feng Kuter said, This is a very good technique. Chun Xiang immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors had become very small now and was placed under the clothes in front of his chest. He let Feng Kuter activate a defensive formation inside to prevent it from being attacked by the enemy's mind. The regenerative powers provided by the Mei Jing sisters were extremely strong, and it was as if two great rivers had poured into his body, healing his injuries. Chun Xiang crawled up from the ground. Feeling a burst of aura being used, Hu Wenyin attacked him again. He suddenly took a few steps back and very dangerously avoided Hu Wenyin's attack. Hu Wenyin never thought that Chun Xiang would actually be able to dodge it. He immediately used that strange mental attack on Chun Xiang. This time, Chun Xiang blocked it, but he pretended to be attacked as he laid on the ground. Seeing Chun Xiang's current state, Hu Wenyin laughed out loud and immediately rushed over, wanting to directly slap Chun Xiang's face. Unexpectedly, the moment he struck out, Chun Xiang also sent out a palm, directly striking him. What was worse was that Chun Xiang had used the heaven blasting palm and had even used the power of the bone-melting magic palm. His palm strike power was much stronger than Hu Wenyin's. Hu Wenyin did not dare to kill him, so he had a sense of propriety when he attacked. Therefore, after Hu Wenyin struck out, he did not expect that Chun Xiang would still be able to retaliate. My hand! Hu Wenyin was panic-stricken. The bones in his arm were all gone. His arm dropped down. Their bodies were the most powerful when cultivating without a path, and their bones were also incomparably tough. However, at this moment, they suddenly disappeared. They had never seen this kind of method before. Chun Xiang stood up and laughed mischievously. The same trick. Don't even think of using it on me a second time. As he said that, he walked over to Hu Wenyin with a few steps. Hu Wenyin was startled and used his spirit attack on Chun Xiang again, but to no avail. And Chun Xiang had already slapped his palm across, bringing along heaven-blasting palm power and bone-melting magic palm power. Pa! Hu Wenyin's old face was struck hard by Chun Xiang. The wrinkles on his face immediately dropped. The bones on one side of his face had already melted. Following that, Chun Xiang smashed his other arm and melted the bones of that arm away. You. At this time, Hu Wenyin was already unable to speak clearly, let alone opening his mouth wide. Even the bones in his mouth had been melted by Chun Xiang. C3125. C3125 Chun Xiang did not stop his attack at this point in time and continued to attack Hu Wenyin's legs, melting away all the bones. Hu Wenyin was already lying on the ground and was unable to get up on his own, much less attack Chun Xiang. They could not use the world-defying stage divine power, so after their bones were melted, they could not use the world-defying stage divine power to support themselves. To the pathless cultivators, the body was their foundation, so a heavy injury to their bones was fatal. Just admit defeat, Chun Xiang said. He did not want to kill Hu Wenyin right now, because he was a member of the red-robed man. If he were to kill him, the consequences would be dire. The few red-clothed people coldly watched from the side, as did the other people. None of them expected Chun Xiang to be so powerful, and his attacks this time were much faster than the previous ones. You think I will lose just like that? Hu Wenyin laughed sinisterly. His eyes suddenly turned red, and his body started to leak gas. Chun Xiang smelled a fishy smell and was shocked in his heart. This Hu Wenyin was actually burning the blood essence in his body, and when it burned, it would emit a very strong power. D.A.M. Ned Brat, don't even think of defeating me. The blood mist on Hu Wenyin's body exploded, creating a burst of strong pus. H.I. Plussing force, his entire body turned into a red beam of light and struck towards Chun Xiang. This power was extremely terrifying, and when it charged over, Chun Xiang felt that the SPAC around him had become extremely unstable, as if it was going to be crushed. It was too late for him to dodge. Boo! Hu Wenyin's head struck Chun Xiang's chest, sending him flying. Seeing him burn his blood essence, everyone felt that if they be you, pedant to Chun Xiang, what Chun Xiang said would seriously injure him, but Chun Xiang had only flown out and landed on the ground. Hu Wenyin, however, was in a miserable state. He did not even have a head left. He had already died. Chun Xiang touched his chest, where there was a small 6 realms mirrors the Six Realms mirror was for the outside world, and when that energy rushed over, the Six Realms mirrors would increase its power by a few times and bounce back. Hu Wenyin had used his head to smash Qin Xiang's chest, so the rebounding force hit Hu Wenyun's head as well, causing him to lose his head. None of my business. Chen Xiang looked at the furious red-robed men and shrugged. This really had nothing to do with Chen Xiang. He did not expect Hu Wenyin to actually attack him, and he was not on guard at all. The red-clothed person was very strong, causing the entire pathless city to tremble in fear. But now, one of them had died, and the surrounding people were all scared speechless by Qin Xiang's strength. You killed our comrades. A red-clothed man said angrily, Isn't that fine? There are 5 of you, but one of you has died, and I only have 4 Wu Dao spiritual Dan, which is just enough for you. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. Although his words were unpleasant to hear, those red-clothed people thought that it was reasonable. Otherwise, if one of them could not obtain it, they would definitely hate the other. When everyone saw the expressions of those red-clothed people, their hearts couldn't help but turn cold. Just a moment ago, these people were still angry over the deaths of their companions. But after thinking of their own interests, they unexpectedly had such cold expressions. Qin Xiang saw their reaction, and it was expected. As long as they could break through, it wouldn't matter even if their loved ones died. He had already heard that these red-clothed people had become crazy. In order to break through and eat people everywhere, they no longer had any humanity left. Just now they were angry because they wanted to display their prestige. I will continue to draw the stone tablet. I need to rest for the day. Qin Xiang picked up the box and shook it, producing a stone tablet. Jia Gongyi. Chen Xiang raised the stone tablet up for them to see. Jia Gongyi was a red-clothed person. The previous 2 times Chen Xiang had truly drawn his stone tablet, but this 3rd time it was done on purpose. In this place, the people he feared the most were these red-clothed people. He wanted to get rid of them one by one, but he didn't know if he could proceed smoothly. You have some ability, but don't be arrogant, Jia Gongyi said. This time, I will definitely defeat you. There are only 16 people left, and every time they fought Qin Xiang, one of them would die. They also felt that Qin Xiang's rules were too unreasonable, but his judgment on winning and losing was too strict. If he wanted Qin Xiang to lose, he could only kill him. But if he wanted to kill Qin Xiang, he couldn't get the Wu Dao spiritual Dan. And if Chen Xiang wanted to win, he could only kill the other party. Chen Xiang could not kill him, so he should not admit defeat. The 16 people felt as if they had jumped into Qin Xiang's trap. They started to worry, as they didn't know how many people they would still have left in the end. He was still secretly putting the 6 realms mirrors on his body. After the 6 realms mirrors had been modified by Feng Ke, it had already become more and more useful, and this was a great divine tool for him to defend himself. When we have time, we must use the myriad Tao divine soil to transform the 6 realms mirrors. This thing is too easy to use. Chen Xiang thought about how Hu Wenyin had smashed her head against his 6 realms mirrors and couldn't help but want to laugh. Chen Xiang stealthily glanced at the 4 red-clothed people. They had already ran off into the distance, as if they were discussing something. We have to be careful of these guys. Qin Xiang did not believe that these red-clothed people would honestly carry on, so unless he had no other choice, he would not reveal his heavenly magic sword and black long whip. It's about time you leave this place. After you go up, you can absorb the world-defying stage fierce power from the pathless origin inside your divine sense sea world. When that time comes, you will have enough strength to fight your heaven old orcs. Feng Ke said, when Uncle breaks through, I'll think of a way to leave this N place. Qin Xiang said, even though this group of people were invited to this no-Tao place, I felt that they seemed to be locked in this place on purpose. Although cultivating without a path could allow them to break away from the myriad Tao and head towards the myriad Tao, reaching the last step was simply too difficult. It is almost impossible. Qin Xiang had heard that there were very few people who could cultivate to the end without relying on pills. That was why and Ji Dao became a legend. It was because and Ji Dao entered this place not long ago and could just rely on pills to break through. I don't know where this Qin Kai fellow is. When I go out, I have to find him and ask him to help me reform the 6 realms mirrors. Qin Xiang said, when the time comes, I will need to get some myriad Tao divine soil less. C 3126. C 3126. While Jia Gongyi was discussing something with the other red-clothed elderly men, he also looked in Qin Xiang's direction from time to time. It could be seen that the things they were discussing right now were related to Qin Xiang. If only we could hear their conversation. Qin Xiang also wanted to know what kind of things they were discussing, but he had a nagging feeling that these red-clothed elders were not that honest. Ignore them. You just need to continue stalling for time. No matter how powerful they are, they shouldn't dare to offend others. Feng Kuter said, other than them, there are over 10 other old fellows who are also very strong. They definitely won't let these red-clothed old fellows do as they pleased. Hopefully. Qin Xiang sighed in his heart, but I still have to prepare for the worst. If I knew earlier, I would have delayed for a bit longer. When he was fighting with Yuan Shufeng previously, he delayed it for more than 10 days, and when he fought with the red-clothed old man next, it only took a few days to finish the battle. After a day of rest, Qin Xiang had already recovered very well. Jia Gongyi had already arrived beside him and said, you can begin now, right? Qin Xiang looked at the sky. It was only the morning. Let me rest until noon. I feel like I haven't recovered much. Qin Xiang wanted to stall for as much time as possible. Right now, he felt that this group of people did not have much patience. Didn't we agree on a day? It's time now. Jia Gongyi was a little angry and said with a cold face, I'm not fully recovered yet. I just need to wait until noon. I don't need that much time. The other party was anxious, but Qin Xiang remained calm. Humph! Jia Gongyi snorted and returned to the group of people. Qin Xiang was secretly amused. He had already initially figured out that Jia Gongyi's personality was one of the most impatient ones, and now that he had delayed for a little more time, he felt that he couldn't sit still any longer. He almost started a quarrel with Qin Xiang. This guy looks really angry. Qin Xiang quietly glanced at the distant Jia Gongyi. At this moment, Jia Gongyi's face was flushed red. He was talking about something with the other red-clothed elders, and it was obvious that he was holding back his anger with a single glance. Qin Xiang didn't care, since he had successfully delayed for half a day. When the battle starts, I have to think of a strategy to stall for time. I have to delay this battle until Uncle comes out of closed-door training. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and continued to rest. Very soon it was noon. When Qin Xiang stood up, he was already by his side. Is it okay now? Jia Gongyi said coldly. All right, it's the same as before. Qin Xiang and Jia Gongyi had their backs facing each other, and after the two of them walked 100 steps out, they began to fight. This time Qin Xiang did not choose to be the first to attack. His main goal was to defend and stall for time. Jia Gongyi's reaction was just as Qin Xiang had expected. He was the first to attack, but his speed wasn't very fast. This speed doesn't seem like something that he should have. Could it be that he's deliberately hiding his strength? Seeing Jia Gongyi slowly plussing over, Qin Xiang was secretly suspicious in his heart. He had already mustered his strength to seriously defend himself, so that the opponent would not be able to harm him. Admit defeat, brat. When Jia Gongyi was still more than 3 meters away from Qin Xiang, his expression suddenly changed and became as white as snow, as if he was covered in a layer of ice. Qin Xiang immediately sensed an icy cold qi approaching him. This bone-piercing coldness caused his body to ache. He was extremely shocked. This was another kind of strange power. This is bad. Qin Xiang only felt that his legs suddenly lost consciousness. He immediately released his world-defying D fire and allowed it to flow into his thighs. The world-defying D fire quickly entered his thighs, but the cold energy did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger, and the icy cold power extended from his legs all the way to his upper body. What's going on? Chun Xiang was extremely anxious. Both of his legs were already numb at the moment, and he could feel a chill spreading to his upper body. This is a very special kind of icy cold power. It can even swallow flames to strengthen itself. After sensing it, Feng Ku'er anxiously said, "Right now, your situation is extremely dangerous. Let me see if I can help you seal this power, now that I have already activated the array formation inside the 6 realms mirrors. Quickly use devouring magic kung fu and swallow the rich, icy cold power in your thigh. Leave the rest to me." Jia Gongyi was already standing in front of Chun Xiang. With a cold smile on his face, he said, "You can't move. If you don't give up, I will castrate you on the spot." And then towards you, Jia Gongyi licked his tongue. "I will bite off one piece of your flesh after another. I really like to eat tender-skinned brats like you." Hearing Jia Gongyi's words, the coldness that was sealed by Feng Ku'er once again surged into Chun Xiang's heart. This guy is too vicious. Chun Xiang secretly operated devouring magic kung fu and absorbed all the icy cold power in his thigh into divine sense C. When this power entered the divine sense C, his divine sense C instantly became a world of ice and snow. Fortunately, Feng Ku'er had a way to solve this problem, and he quickly recovered his divine sense C. However, Chun Xiang had not stopped his devouring because there were so many icy cold power S in his thigh. He had no idea how Jia Gongyi had managed to do it, but in such a short period of time, he had poured so many icy cold power S into his thigh. "You're quite capable to be able to dissolve my power of ice." Jia Gongyi could feel the power of ice on Chun Xiang's thigh slowly disappearing. Although he was secretly surprised in his heart, he was not in a hurry. Jia Gongyi suddenly laughed sinisterly, his body releasing another burst of cold qi. After feeling the cold qi, Chun Xiang was secretly afraid. This cold qi was Rus. Aimed towards his chest. Fortunately, he had placed a piece of 6 realms mirrors in front of his chest. This piece of 6 realms mirrors was able to block the incoming icy cold power attack. This guy is very vicious. I definitely can't let him succeed. Chun Xiang's face turned cold. He suddenly moved his hand, which caused Jia Gongyi to be extremely shocked. He thought that Chun Xiang had already been frozen by his yin energy, but could still move even now. Furthermore, a black long whip appeared in Chun Xiang's hand. "Don't be afraid. He still can't control this long whip." Jia Gongyi told himself not to worry about Chun Xiang being able to use his powerful whip. But after Chun Xiang waved the long whip vigorously, the whip immediately left Chun Xiang's hands. Like a nimble black poisonous snake, it flew towards Jia Gongyi and tied him up tightly in the blink of an eye. Jia Gongyi had never thought that Chun Xiang would be able to refine this black whip in such a short period of time. Everyone present was extremely astonished. They were very clear about this type of divine weapon. If they couldn't remove the remnant soul imprint within, they wouldn't be able to carry out the refining process. C3127. C3127. Refining a divine weapon will take a long time, and it will also take at least a month to remove the soul brand. But right now, it's not going to be that fast. When the other 3 red-clothed elders saw that Chun Xiang had succeeded in using the black whip, they actually rushed over immediately. This was because they knew that if they did not go over now, their comrades would definitely die. They wanted to save Jia Gongyi not because of their friends, HI+P, but because the number of red-clothed people among them was becoming fewer and fewer. If there were only 2 or 3 left, they wouldn't be as overbearing as before, and many would even come to take revenge on them. "Use that!" Jia Gongyi shouted. Jia Gongyi was the leader of the red-clothed men. He had discussed some matters with the other 3 red-clothed elders before, but now that he had suddenly yelled that out, Qinxiang felt extremely uneasy in his heart. The speed of the 3 red-clothed old men was extremely fast. They instantly arrived around Qinxiang and surrounded him. Then their eyes turned red and their bodies began to emit waves after waves of red mist. Just how many evil methods do these guys have? Just now, Chen Xiang felt that it was extremely inconceivable for Jia Gongyi to be able to release the kind of power of cold and yin. He felt that this power should belong to the world-defying stage divine power and could not be used by those who cultivated it scrupulously. But Jia Gongyi was still able to use it. The 6 realms mirrors can definitely block it. Chen Xiang was very confident in the 6 realms mirrors. He had just said that the 6 realms mirrors had helped him withstand Jia Gongyi's extremely strong ice power. Otherwise, his entire body would have been numbed and in pain. After the 3 red-robed elders surrounded Qinxiang, their eyes shot out dark red rays of light that struck Qinxiang's mind. It was unknown what they were doing. When Chen Xiang's head was hit by the red light, he suddenly felt sharp pain, as if his head was going to be ripped apart. "What are you doing?" Chen Xiang bellowed. "You guys suddenly attacked me. This is not fair." "Little bastard, I've tolerated you for a long time." One of the red-clothed old men laughed sinisterly. The red light in his eyes became even brighter, and Chen Xiang's head also started to glow brighter. More pain. When the other dozen old men saw this, they hastily rushed over. "What are you doing? Isn't this a fair fight?" An elder said angrily, "You 2 have joined hands to deal with him. Do you want him to escape?" "Humph. Don't you know that Ji Xingyuan is cultivating in seclusion? He is only here to buy time for Ji Xingyuan to break through. The moment he breaks through, he will still be able to escape." Jia Gongyi sneered when he was tied up on the ground. "You all have seen it too. This brat has many tricks up his sleeve. We're no match for him at all. And in the end, we get nothing and furthermore, die in his hands." At this time, Chen Xiang was still screaming nonstop. That power had entered his brain and caused him to feel extreme pain, causing him to be unable to say a single word. "Then what are you going to do to him now?" An elder could naturally tell that it would be difficult for them to defeat Chen Xiang, especially since Chen Xiang had already refined that black whip. "We are currently using a spell on him. If we succeed, we can make him listen to us and make him obediently hand over the Wu Dao spiritual Dan." Jia Gongyi said, "As long as he hands it over, we can discuss how to split it. Or everyone can study it together and see what kind of power the Wu Dao spiritual Dan contains to help someone break through." Hearing their words, Qin Xiang's heart was filled with worry, but he had no way of getting rid of them. He couldn't move at all, and the 6 realms mirrors couldn't resist the attacks of the curse. Just as Qin Xiang was feeling extremely anxious, the huge mountain underneath his feet suddenly trembled. They were worried that they would be affected by the explosion, and more or less, all of them guessed that this group of red-clothed old men would not honestly fight against Qin Xiang. "What's going on?" Jia Gongyi, who was still lying on the ground, frowned and asked as he felt the mountain shake violently. "I don't know, we're going to succeed soon." A red-clothed old man was extremely excited. If they succeeded, the Wu Dao spiritual Dan would be theirs. Qin Xiang was still screaming. That painful sound was too scary, but hearing it made Qin Xiang feel extremely uncomfortable. Everyone was focused on Qin Xiang, who was enduring the incomparable pain. None of them had any sympathy for him since Qin Xiang had the Wu Dao spiritual Dan, but he didn't give it to them. Just as everyone was secretly enjoying the scene, a deafening voice rumbled through the air like a thunderclap. "I'm here." This was Ji Xingyuan's voice. When Ji Xingyuan's voice came out, everyone was able to guess that Ji Xingyuan had broken through. When they thought of this matter, their faces were filled with jealousy and hatred. They had been trapped here for so many years, but now Ji Xingyuan wanted to break through and leave this Ned place. After Ji Xingyuan's voice was heard, he suddenly appeared behind a red-clothed elderly man. "Behind you!" Jia Gongyi shouted in alarm, but it was already too late. He only saw Ji Xingyuan's hands suddenly stab into the red-clothed old man's back, and then alive he tore the red-clothed old man into two halves. After getting rid of the red-robed old man, Ji Xingyuan's arm was like a blade as it slashed towards the other two red-robed old men. His arm released a burst of golden energy that was extremely berserk and terrifying. When it struck the two red-robed old men's bodies, it brought along an explosive shockwave, directly SLA's. HI, plussing a large portion of their bodies into BL. Oh, DY missed. It's the world-defying stage-fierce power. Qunxiang was shocked. At this time, he had already relaxed a lot, and the force that caused him so much pain in his head had already disappeared. Ji Xingyuan's body shone with a golden light. He looked at the dozen or so elders who were fleeing far away, then shouted loudly, rushed forward with a palm strike, causing his palm to fly forward like a thunderbolt. The dozen or so elders felt as though their backs were struck by a gigantic hammer, causing their backs to split open. Ji Xingyuan made two more palm strikes. The palm force that was filled with limitless power rushed forward. The 10 of her elders were enveloped by the palm force again. Their bodies immediately split into pieces. The people who had been observing from afar had already run far away. They were running at the fastest speed ever. "Uncle!" Qunxiang saw that Ji Xingyuan was floating up bit by bit and anxiously shouted, "I have already successfully broken through." Qunxiang, "Thank you very much. If not, I would not know how long I would have to stay here." Ji Xingyuan said with a smile on his face, "You are a person with great potential. We will definitely meet again in the future. Goodbye. Take care." Qunxiang shouted to Ji Xingyuan, who was floating in the sky, "Give my regards to old W.A.N.G. C3128. C3128. After Ji Xingyuan floated high up in the sky, a very small black hole appeared there. Ji Xingyuan was sucked into the black hole and disappeared. Qunxiang heaved a sigh of relief, looked around. There were still a lot of people here, but now only he and Jia Gongyi was left. "You're pretty lucky. You can live longer than your companions." Qunxiang chuckled. Furthermore, they will also be able to see Uncle make a breakthrough and head towards the myriad Tao. They won't have the chance to witness that. Jia Gongyi didn't know what to say at this time. He knew Qunxiang's methods, and no one could save him now. The strongest group of people in this place had already been killed by Ji Xingyuan. Jia Gongyi saw Ji Xingyuan's strength, but after breaking through, he was actually so powerful, and when he killed them, it was as easy as killing a chicken. When he thought about this, he became even more furious because the one who broke through was not him. Incomparable jealousy drove him mad. He roared, howled, vented out the jealousy and hatred that had been suppressed in his heart, and the endless fear that the impending death would bring him. When Jia Gongyi roared, he could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood in the air. Qunxiang took out the heavenly magic sword. Jia Gongyi finally saw Qunxiang's heavenly magic sword. They had previously believed that Qunxiang's heavenly magic sword could no longer be used, but now they seemed to have guessed wrongly that Qunxiang's heavenly magic sword could still be used. It was just that Qunxiang had purposely hidden himself to delay time. Table of contents, don't worry. After you die, your corpse will have a good home to return to. I will feed your corpse to the toad. When Qunxiang finished, he waved his heavenly magic sword and cut off Jia Gongyi's head, then threw the corpse to the toad to eat. Finally, everything came to an end. Qunxiang immediately ran to a place very close to the dark area where he could hide. All of this went well. Qunxiang looked up into the sky and couldn't help but say with a sigh, "Uncle finally succeeded. I hope he can live a better life with half-ghost old man." Thinking about myriad Tao Danji, Di's death Qinxiang couldn't help but feel sad. Myriad Tao Danji. Oh, after I go up, I will definitely avenge you. Qinxiang secretly swore in his heart, and then started to rest. When he had been attacked by the curse earlier, it had consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Now that it was over, he only felt exhausted. He only wanted to have a good rest, and nothing more. He rested for several days before he regained his spirit. It's time to go back. Qinxiang still had many enemies to deal with outside, so the people in Heaven Old Orcs were very strong. Now that he had cultivated successfully in the No Tao place, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He felt that after going up there, the people of the world-defying stage clan would no longer be able to deal with him, unlike before, where he had to hide from the people of the world-defying stage clan. World-defying stage clan, just you wait. After I go back, I'll let you experience my power first. Qinxiang entered the dark region. He previously came from here, but it's unknown if the way back is blocked. If it's blocked, then he might have to think of another way to return. After walking in the dark for a few days, Qinxiang finally found the crack in the ground. However, this crack was already extremely small and was still shrinking bit by bit. We can still make it. If we're any slower, we might not be able to make it back. Qinxiang walked to the bottom of the crevice and then floated upwards. The purple mist underneath had already disappeared. If you go up, that would be where the Heaven Old Orcs is. You need to be careful. Feng Cooter said, I just wonder how the upper management is doing now. Qinxiang was a little worried about the natural law world. Although the natural law world wasn't together with the divine wasteland, there were still people who were able to go to the divine wasteland. When he was floating upwards, Qinxiang finally saw the light after a few days of darkness. He returned to the divine wasteland from his new life. Is this still the myriad Tao forest? When Qinxiang arrived in the air, he looked down at the large forest. Previously, this place had been ravaged by a large group of Heaven Old Orcs, but it had already become extremely desolate. There were people in the Heaven Old Orcs who knew what to plant. Chun Kai had told him before, so he didn't know the purpose of growing these plants. If I am able to use the world-defying stage divine power in combination with my moral body, my strength is already extremely terrifying. Qinxiang felt that if he were to face the Heaven Old Orc Emperor again, he would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Qinxiang rode on the 6 realms mirrors and used the counter power to carefully fly above the forest. He was still a little worried about meeting the Heaven Old Orcs, since this was the lair of the Heaven Old Orcs. If he caused too much of a commotion, it would attract a large number of Heaven Old Orcs. Aren't we teleported back to the Danji? Oh, mysterious land. Feng Kor asked. This place is a little strange. I'll check it out first. This place doesn't look like a place where barbaric things like the Heaven Old Orcs gather. Qinxiang flew in the sky and looked down. It was extremely beautiful below him, whether it was the jade-green evergreen tree or the lush green sea of the prairie. Many rivers flowed across the forest, and under the light of the sun, the sparkling water emitted a golden radiance, looking extremely beautiful. After Qinxiang flew down, he could see groups of birds chirping as they flew past. On the GRAS land below, there were groups of ferocious beasts running around. Is this really the divine wasteland? Am I out of the way? Qinxiang tried it, and since it was still normal teleportation, it should be the divine wasteland that he was familiar with. But this myriad Tao forest shouldn't be like this. After flying for less than half a day, the myriad Tao forest had undergone an earth-shattering change. He suspected that he had left this place for too long. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a huge change. Let me see if I can enter the 6 realms time and SPAC door. Qinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors S and looked at the familiar faces. They were all in good condition, and this allowed him to confirm that they were divine wasteland. Look to see if Morong Honglian is here. Qinxiang's heart moved, He only saw Morong Honglian appearing inside the 6 realms mirrors, and when he saw Morong Honglian, he couldn't help but be startled. Morong Honglian was bathing in a hot water pond, and had even walked in from the pond. Morong Honglian's body was seen clearly by Qin Xiang, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Scoundrel! Feng Ke laughed. Qin Xiang anxiously kept the 6 realms mirrors away, and after a while he took it out again. By now, Morong Honglian was already dressed. Little Red Lotus. Only then did Qin Xiang dare to send a sound transmission to Morong Honglian. Otherwise, if Morong Honglian knew about that, he would definitely be scolded. Qin Xiang, where did you go? The last time she had parted ways with her master, and with Qin Xiang, she had never contacted Qin Xiang again. She had been waiting for Qin Xiang for a very long time. I was chased by the Heaven Old Orc Emperor and fell into A.D.A.M. Ned Place. Now I've finally escaped. Qin Xiang sighed. What is going on with the divine wasteland? How long have I been gone? Why do I feel like there's a big change here? C3129. C3129 Morong Honglian only knew that Qin Xiang had gone to the Myriad Tao Forest, but she did not know the rest. Now that she found out that Qin Xiang had actually been chased around by the Heaven Old Orc Emperor, she couldn't help but be worried. Heaven Old Orc Emperor is very powerful. You were able to escape his pursuit. You are truly powerful, Morong Honglian exclaimed. After you and I parted ways, you have already followed us for more than 3 years. It's been 3 years. Qin Xiang was a little surprised, but luckily it was not for a long time. He thought that the time inside the No Tao place was the same as the time they were here, but it seemed that there were still quite a few differences. How is Heaven Old Orcs now? This group of people broke the seal and ran out. There's no chaos here, right? Qin Xiang was still in the Myriad Tao Forest at the moment. The scenery in the Myriad Tao Forest was not bad and there was no damage done, and to be able to become like this in 3 years was already very rare. There must be some kind of powerful force changing this place. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge change. Morong Honglian said. After Heaven Old Orcs came out, they went everywhere to eat people, but it only lasted for half a year, and for some reason, they suddenly became well-behaved, and then a group of self-proclaimed Heaven Old Divine race appeared, with extremely powerful strength. They teamed up with the world-defying Stage Clan, and wanted to subdue and conquer the Heaven Old Orc Emperor. Heaven Old Divine race. After Qin Xiang heard it, he could not help but think deeply. The sudden appearance of the Heaven Old Orcs and the Heaven Old Orcs was not a coincidence. They were all just people. Yes, they are very strong, they should be humans. Although world-defying Stage Clan has a good relations. I plus P with them on the surface, they are actually following their orders. Morong Honglian said. But what's strange is that they do not plan to find trouble with Heaven Old Orcs at the moment, but rather recruit warriors from all over, and say that they're going to war with a place called Natural Law World. They say that it is the holy land of the Heaven Old Orcs, a place where evil breeds. What? Qin Xiang was shocked and shouted angrily, This group of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. It must be done by the world-defying Stage Clan. The one behind the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain was the world-defying Stage Clan, and the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain had been holding them in. So they suspected that Qin Xiang was secretly affecting the Natural Law World. That was why the people inside the Natural Law World were developing so quickly, and why they placed their attention on the Natural Law World after the world-defying Stage Clan found out about this. They truly hated Qin Xiang to the bones. Now that Qin Xiang had disappeared for a few years, they had no way of taking revenge on him, and could only vent their anger on him, and furthermore they had joined hands with the extremely powerful Heaven Old Divine race. What's wrong? Seeing Qin Xiang so angry, Morong Honglian immediately asked. It's nothing, this group of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. Natural Law World is the world I was born in, don't you know? They're my family and friends in there. Qin Xiang said, They want to use this to threaten me. So that's how it is. No wonder they value it so much. Murong Honglian finally understood that she had a lot of doubts about this matter. How is your master now? Chen Xiang asked. Now he was prepared to head to Danji, the mysterious land, and tell LV Chilian and the others about this matter. He has already recovered. He's in seclusion concocting pills. Murong Honglian said. He is trying to refine a type of pill that will make the body of the world-defying stage stronger, and the material is from the Heaven Old Orcs. If successful, he only needs to eat this pill, and he will be as strong as the Heaven Old Orcs. That's good. I have to go back quickly. Do you know when Heaven Old Divine Race and World-Defying Stage Clan are going to make their move? Qin Xiang asked. Right now, they're only just beginning to recruit people. I don't know when they will begin. Murong Honglian said, I will go out and investigate. When that time comes, just contact me. All right, then I'll be troubling you. Qin Xiang nodded, then returned to the Danji, the mysterious land. Qin Xiang teleported back to Danji, the mysterious land, and when he arrived there, he couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, the Danji, the mysterious land was empty and only had a few people from the world-defying stage, who were the only ones there. But now it had become very lively and had turned into a city. What's going on? Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and tested it out. Soon enough, he saw Long Jiuxiao, Senior 9 Dust. Qin Xiang asked, Why did you come to Danji, the mysterious land? After he confirmed Long Jiuxiao's location, he teleported over to the hall where he was waiting. When he arrived, he saw world-defying stage Tao Ancestor and the others. They were slightly shocked when they saw Chen Xiang had arrived before them, and then greeted him with a smile. They were also quite worried about the time that Chen Xiang had gone missing. Chilian, you guys are here too. Qin Xiang saw that LV Chilian and Long Huishan were also there. Hundreds of Flowers Village and Heavenly Dragon City have moved in here. Now, Heaven Old Divine Race and the World-Defying Stage Clan are preparing to attack the natural law world. LV Chilian asked, Where have you been all these years that you've been missing? I went to a mysterious place. I didn't stay there for long. Qin Xiang laughed. It's good that everyone is fine now. I've just returned and heard about the matter of the Heaven Old Divine Race. Actually, we have enough strength to fight against them, but the result is only mutual damage. Right now, we only want stability, so we don't want to waste our efforts on them. After a while, I will break the communication between Danji, the mysterious land, and them. The world-defying stage Tao Ancestor asked, Qin Xiang, you and the natural law world have some connections. What do you plan to do now? Qin Xiang frowned and asked, How much do you know about Heaven Old Divine Race? Everyone looked at world-defying stage Tao Ancestor. The only one who knew that there were many things here was the world-defying stage Tao Ancestor. World-defying stage Tao Ancestor shook his head. I don't know much. I only know that they are of the same origin as Heaven Old Orcs, and that they have a certain degree of bloodline relations. I plus P with each other. Furthermore, their strengths are very strong. Oh, right? They're the more overbearing kind of people. This point will be a little similar to Heaven Old Orcs. I keep having the feeling that the natural law world is hiding something. On one hand, they're going to the natural law world to ask for the other two, and on the other hand, they should be looking for something. Qin Xiang said, If we are only going to deal with hundreds of Flowers Village and the Heavenly Dragon City, just the world-defying stage clan and the people from the Heaven Old Divine Race would be enough. But right now, they are still planning to recruit a large group of people to the natural law world. This is obviously to send this group of people to their deaths and help them search for something in some dangerous places. World-defying stage Tao Ancestor shook his head and said, We are all very familiar with natural law world. You yourself are the same. What do you think the natural law world will hide? C3130. C 3130 Qinxiang was currently the equivalent of a manager of the natural law world. But he truly did not know much about the natural law world. He shook his head. I don't know yet, but I might need to do some things to investigate the natural law world. If you are able to discover something from the natural law world, you must tell us as soon as possible so that we can make a plan in time, and then head to the natural law world to stop them. LV Chilean replied, Natural law world isn't a big place. I've been looking around for a long time now, but I still haven't found a place to hide anything. Long Huishan said. She possessed the ice dragon blood veins, and had even been to the core of the earth many times. I'm not sure either. I just sensed that the heaven old divine race would not go to the natural law world because of this sort of thing. But right now, only the heaven old divine race has the ability to open a pa's sage and head to the natural law world. Chun Xiang said, Let's talk about this after I investigate more about it. I need to find a friend and ask him about some things related to the heaven old divine race. All right, then let's continue discussing our matters and wait for your news. Long Jiuxiao said, Don't break the bridge between Danji, the mysterious land, and us. We might have to go back in the future. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he quickly teleported away. Heavenly Dragon City and hundreds of Flowers Village had already been moved to the Danji, the mysterious land, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Do you want to go see Natural Law World yourself? Feng Kutar said, Don't you only need to close your eyes to see what's inside Natural Law World? That's right, that's not bad, but I can't see it clearly and my perception of qi isn't very clear either. I plan to make a trip to Natural Law World. Chen Xiang had already arrived at the Divine Wasteland. The Danji, the mysterious land was hidden in an independent SPAC. This SPAC was built by the myriad Tao Danji. It was not easy to enter, and it would be extremely difficult to destroy it. After Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors, through the special ability of the square boulder, he immediately saw Chen Kai. At this time, Chen Kai was on the main street, holding a skewer in his hand. He was eating it while smiling mischievously, looking like he was extremely happy. A twirl of a beard. Chun Xiang shouted. He did not expect this fellow to still be so relaxed. Chen Xiang. When Chen Kai heard Chen Xiang's voice resounding in his mind, he was extremely shocked. I thought you had died. I have a tough life. Even if you died 10 times, I still won't die once. I'll go find you right now. After Chen Xiang confirmed Chen Kai's location with the 6 realms mirrors, he quietly teleported to the city that Chen Kai was in before running to his side. His 6 realms mirrors could only lock onto the location of his acquaintances. If he could communicate with his acquaintances, it would be useless against strangers or even his enemies. He did not know why. It was too easy for Chen Xiang to find him. Even if he could teleport, he had to at least ascertain his position, no matter what. You, where have you been dying these past few years? I've been looking for you. Chen Kai took out a few skewers of meat and gave it to Chen Xiang, saying, Eat, I just bought it not long ago, it's still warm. Chen Xiang finished it in a few bites and praised again and again. What meat is this? Not bad. Of course, the meat of a savage beast from ancient times isn't bad. It's expensive. Chen Kai laughed. Come, I will bring you to drink alone. You actually learned how to drink. Chen Xiang laughed with some surprise. You're acting more and more like a human now. Your days aren't bad. Of course, I'm not as stupid as those guys. Chen Kai was referring to the Heaven Old Orcs. He felt that if the Heaven Old Orcs didn't come to the human world to enjoy, it would be a waste of his life. Chen Kai brought Chen Xiang to a hotel and asked for a private room. From the private room, they saw a river, and the scenery was pretty good. Have you heard of No Tao Place? Chen Xiang asked. No Tao Place? I didn't hear of it. Is this the place you've been going to for the past few years? Chen Kai looked at Chen Xiang and then pinched Chen Xiang's shoulder and immediately became shocked. You have become so powerful. Qin Xiang's improvement was only an increase in his physical body. If he did not go and touch it, it was simply impossible to know that he would have such a huge breakthrough. Yes, I have cultivated for many years. Qin Xiang chuckled, and then explained the No Tao place to Qin Kai, shocking him quite a bit. What an eye-opener. There's actually such a strange place. Qin Kai sighed. Doesn't this mean that your body is very strong? It should be. At least right now, if we meet with Heaven Old Orc Emperor, we won't be as bedraggled as before. Qin Xiang drank a cup of wine, then asked seriously, You should have a very good understanding of Heaven Old Divine Race, right? When he mentioned the Heaven Old Divine Race, Qin Kai's expression couldn't help but change, becoming serious as he sighed. I didn't want to say this, but who told you to be my only friend? I'll tell you. After Qin Kai finished speaking, his serious face revealed a smile again. Correction, I should have 2 friends, and Xiao Ku'er, this little girl. Feng Ku'er immediately came out from the Yu Yao mountain villa and laughed. You twerp, I thought you had forgotten about me. Feng Ku'er was also eating the dishes on the table, even though she was just a little girl. She had a lot of food and could not stop. What is the background of the Heaven Old Divine Race? Qin Xiang asked. This seems to be related to your secret. Do you know why I am an oddity of the Heaven Old Orcs? Qin Kai asked. How would I know that you're a weirdo? Qin Xiang curled his lips. Hurry up and say it. Don't keep me guessing. Qin Xiang was extremely curious. This is mainly because I am a descendant of the Heaven Old Divine Race and the Heaven Old Orcs. Qin Kai said, This has also caused me to be mocked since I was young. I thought Heaven Old Orcs was born from a Heaven Old Divine Race or an ancient beast. Feng Kuta said, Looks like I guessed wrong. Little girl. This kind of thing is also possible. Let's not talk about this for now. Qin Kai sighed. My mother is Heaven Old Orcs. My father is Heaven Old Divine Race. In a situation like mine, not only will Heaven Old Divine Race not accept it, they will even kill me. In their eyes, I have tarnished the existence of their Heaven Old Divine Race bloodline, because that's why my parents were killed. Truly pitiful. Then which side killed them? Feng Kuter said, I was killed by Heaven Old Divine Race. Actually, Heaven Old Orcs doesn't care about this, which is why I grew up together with him. Qin Kai said, Fortunately, I still have a bit of skill and inherited a bit of my father's memories, so I am able to have a good understanding of artifact forging. See 3131. See 3131 Qin Xiang didn't actually know that Qin Kai had such a background. He had thought that the Heaven Old Orcs was naturally birthed. Looks like Heaven Old Divine Race is a bit more of A-B-A-S-T-A-R-D, Qin Xiang said. That's not it either. However, the Heaven Old Orcs is nothing, and I am a combination of both sides, so I am just a weirdo. Qin Kai helplessly drank a cup of wine and continued. Our 2 races were both born in Myriad Tao, and above Myriad Tao is an extremely bizarre world. The energy above can be said to be inexhaustible, and it is inexhaustible, but there's a lack of life above. It's different from the Myriad Tao, unlike this place where there is such a stable life, where people just kill each other every day. Aren't there people that can go up? Do they often? Qin Xiang thought about the dead Myriad, Tao Danji, Odi. No wonder Qin Kai was so relaxed after coming to this place. He had a very good understanding of the world above Myriad Tao. But why are the Heaven Old Orcs and the Heaven Old Divine Race here now? I don't know what their main goal is, but it won't be anything good either. Right now, they are all fighting to go to one place. Qin Kai said in a low voice, To some natural law world or something. I heard that you are from the natural law world, so their main target is you, because there are your friends inside. This might just be a cover. Qin Xiang frowned. Natural law world, what's attracting them? I don't believe that they would go to the natural law world for me. Natural law world has a barrier, and if someone who's very strong wants to go to natural law world, it will not be easy, so the price they have to pay is not small. Chun Xiang felt the same way before, but now he felt more and more that heaven old divine race and heaven old orcs had other reasons for going to the natural law world. I don't know about that. I can tell you some things about the heaven old divine race now, but even the heaven old orcs doesn't know much about these things. Qin Kai said, "This is the heaven old divine race's secret." "All right." Qin Xiang said, "I need to understand their strength." "They are very strong, and the way they obtain their power is the same as the heaven old orcs. They both come from the heart." Qin Kai touched his own heart, and the heart is also their fatal weakness. If you clash with them, you just need to hit their heart and destroy it, and you will be able to kill them. Chun Xiang nodded his head. That means they must have a very strong defense where their heart is. Qin Kai laughed. "Of course, but your heavenly magic sword can be broken easily." The heavenly magic sword was something that Qin Kai had refined. He felt that it was the best for this powerful divine sword because it was something that he had refined. Their power originates from the heart, but their heart is different from heaven old orcs'. Heaven old orcs' is the heart of a beast, while their heart is black. As Qin Kai said that, he took out a black stone that looked like a heart. "This is the heart of the heaven old divine race," Qin Kai said. "Look, there's still a strong life force ahead." Qin Xiang never thought that this was a real heart. He took it and looked at it, and actually felt a very weak heartbeat, and that heart was even emitting an ice-cold qi. He took a closer look and discovered that there was only a thick layer of black crystal wrapped around the surface of the heart. There was also a large lump of something inside the heart, and it should be the energy source. "It's very STU. RDY. Qin Xiang pinched it, then took out the heavenly magic sword, wanting to see if he could cut it open. "Stop!" Qin Kai immediately shouted, and suddenly S, Na to Z, had the heart away. "You're crazy. Do you know who the heart belongs to?" "It couldn't be your father's, could it?" Chun Xiang said, as Qin Kai had previously said that his father was from the heaven old divine race. "Of course not. This is mine." Qin Kai snorted, then hid the heart well, afraid that it would be cut open by Qin Xiang. Feng Kuer and Qin Xiang were both stunned. The heart was actually Qin Kai's own. He actually took out his own heart to shake around. It was truly a weirdo. "Is that all right with you? How could he casually take out the heart? Even the heaven old divine race can do it?" Qin Xiang asked. "If you hide your heart like this, how will I be able to kill heaven old divine race in the future when I encounter such a situation?" "Of course the heaven old divine race cannot casually take out a heart like me." Qin Kai laughed complacently. "This heart belongs to me. If the one I have now is damaged, I can immediately replace it." "That's fine too." Feng Kuer asked, "Didn't you say that your heart was destroyed and you died? How could I give you time to replace your heart?" "Because the soul is also in the heart. If the heart finds destruction, the most important soul and life source will be gone. How can one not die?" Qin Kai said, "And my soul is hidden in the black heart. The beast heart only has energy. Of course, there's also energy in my heart of darkness." It was evident how much trust Qin Kai had in him, since he was able to tell Qin Xiang all of this without holding back. "Qin Xiang, if you have the chance in the future, you can just dig out the hearts of those fellows in heaven old divine race and give them to me." Qin Kai said, "All right." Qin Xiang said, "Is there anything else that's powerful that I should be wary of in heaven old divine race?" "They are very powerful in terms of formations and equipment forging. They were arranged to be here, and their strongest power is only at the peak of world-defying stage. The only difference is they can also use world-defying stage fierce power." Qin Kai said, "I want to test their hearts. I want to see if I can retrieve the world-defying stage fierce power S from within. I also want to cultivate this kind of power. It would be fine if it was above myriad Tao, but there are no world-defying stage, fierce power as here. If it cannot be absorbed, then we can only extract it from heaven old divine race and heaven old orcs. Qin Kai said. Qin Xiang's divine sense C had an invigorated meridian, which allowed him to absorb world-defying stage fierce power S. It was just that he had never tried it before, because his body was not strong enough previously. He was unable to succeed, but now his body was strong enough. Okay, but how do we find the heaven old divine race now? I want to see them. Qin Xiang said. Isn't that easy? Aren't they recruiting fighters now? I'll go register with you. They won't recognize us. Qin Kai laughed. Let's sneak in with them and find some fun. Qin Xiang thought about it and felt that this idea was not bad and agreed. After eating, he followed Qin Kai and set off. C-3132. C-3132 Qin Kai brought Qin Xiang and quickly walked through the city, quickly arriving outside a large mansion. Residence of He. When Qin Xiang saw this word, he asked softly, Don't tell me he's from He clan? It's from He clan. Qin Kai laughed. After Qin Xiang cultivated for a long time, he was already able to conceal the aura of his own world-defying green dragon and was no longer able to track it. In the past, it was very easy for the world-defying stage clan to trace the aura of a world-defying green dragon on his body. Is the He clan in charge of this city? Qin Xiang followed Qin Kai over. Yes. After Qin Kai entered, he saw many people standing in the same courtyard, waiting for the A assessment. Do you need Dao Crystal or something? Qin Xiang asked. He had seen many things in the past where big powers needed to recruit people, and most of them needed to collect a certain number of Dao Crystal. No need, as long as you can Pa SS. Moreover, there will be very good treatment. I had intended to sneak in and take a look. Qin Kai brought Qin Xiang to line up and said in a low voice, When the time comes, we just need to perform a little more normally, so as to not attract too much attention. Qin Xiang had already changed his appearance on the way here, and he also looked relatively ordinary. As long as they did not reveal their true strength, there would not be any problems. When they were lining up, Qin Xiang saw that quite a few people had PA-S, said the exam. Old Zhao, have you PA-S, said the A assessment. An old man shouted to another old man. Of course I PA-S, said, but I don't really want to go because it's too dangerous, and I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Old Zhao sighed. If you're afraid of death, then don't queue up now. What is the danger? The old man asked. I don't know. In short, it looked extremely complicated. I only found out about it during the exam. After saying this, the old man hurriedly left the residence of He. That was why even if they knew, they would continue to queue up, because once they came back, they would receive a lot of rewards. Legend has it that there was still a pill that could help them enter the world-defying stage. That was the most attractive thing. Qin Kai entered a house, and just after a while he came out with a wooden board in his hands. He came to Qin Xiang's side and smiled. It's easy to PA-S. Don't be nervous. I'll be waiting for you in the backyard. After Qin Kai finished speaking, he PA-S, said through a fake mountain, and left. After that, it was Qin Xiang's turn. After entering the house, he saw a very big stone. This stone was black, with many sharp thorns on the surface. It was like a short sword. What's your name? The elder in charge of the A assessment asked. Shen Fei. Qin Xiang, said a fake name. Okay, now pull a needle from this rock, the old man said. Qin Xiang nodded, then walked over and pinched the spike on the rock, and then pulled it out with force. Your strength isn't bad. You have PA-S said. I will carve a wooden tablet for you. The old man took the spikes Qin Xiang had pulled out and said, If you go to Natural Law World, you will encounter this kind of thing there. At that time, all you need to do is to pull the spikes off from the top and hand them over to us. If you can get a lot of these spikes, you can obtain our highest rewards. What's the highest reward? Qin Xiang looked at the thorn in his hand. He did not know what it was. to obtain a divine pill that can allow you to enter the world-defying stage. It's just that you need to be very outstanding. The old man had already finished making the wooden tablet and handed it over to Qinxiang, then kept the sharp thorn. Take them and go to the backyard of the He Manor. We will arrange for you to stay in the residence of He. When the time comes, we will bring you guys to the natural law world. The old man said, Don't ask about anything else. You don't need to know. You only need to know that this trip is extremely dangerous and that there is a high possibility that you will not be able to return. Qinxiang nodded, took the wooden tablet, and left the small hut, and then quickly headed towards the backyard. Shaokur, did you see those thorns just now? Do you know what that is? Qinxiang asked. I don't know. However, I am certain that the rock where the spike is located on is not a rock. It is a type of animal skin. It shouldn't be a spike either, but rather a type of beast hair. Feng Kuta said, Really? Qinxiang was completely shocked by Feng Kuer's words. If beast fur alone was so scary, then what if it was a whole-day beast? When he arrived at the backyard, Chen Kai was already there waiting for him. Chen Kai hurriedly brought him into a room. There are 2 beds in this room. We'll stay here for the time being. After Chen Kai finished speaking, his expression became serious and continued to speak. Just now, during your assessment, did you want to pull out a single thing? Qinxiang nodded. Yes. He also wanted to discuss this matter with Chen Kai. It's a type of beast hair. Chen Kai said in a low voice. Moreover, it's an extremely terrifying beast. Heaven Old Divine Race and World Defying Stage Clan are actually going to hunt and kill this beast. And it's even inside Natural Law World. What kind of beast is it? Why would it appear in the Natural Law World? Qinxiang asked anxiously. It was just as Feng Kuta said, it was indeed a type of fur, and it was extremely useful. The name of this beast is Tingu Beast. It is a very foolish type of beast, but it is unusually strong, and its body is extremely strong. Even if it's someone at the peak of world-defying stage, it would be difficult to kill them all at once. Chen Kai said, Only the myriad Tao have such things, and there shouldn't be many of them. But from the looks of it, a lot of Natural Law World will appear. Qinxiang said, Otherwise, Heaven Old Divine Race and World Defying Stage Clan would not have recruited this many people. Tingu Beast are stupid and strong, especially their fur. When they are dense, they look like countless swords, which is why they are also called sword beasts. Chen Kai said, Legend has it that this fellow's fur that has a surface like a sword even contains myriad Tao divine soil. Now do you understand why they want to collect these fur? The myriad Tao divine soil was very useful. Qinxiang had already sensed it. He had his own ways of gathering the myriad Tao divine soil-less. It was just that it would take him a little time and a lot of effort. But the World-Defying Stage Clan and the World-Defying Stage Clan were different. They did not have a method like Qinxiang's, but they also needed the myriad Tao divine soil very badly, so they could only use this method. Seems like this is an opportunity for us to obtain a large number of myriad Tao divine soil-less. Chen Kai laughed. When the time comes, we must go take a look. C3133. C3133 Pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name mobile phone. Synchronous read. Please visit Qinxiang. Did not lack myriad Tao divine soil-less. He could refine them himself. But he did not want his enemies to gain too much. What I am curious about now is where did these Tingu Beast come from, and how many of them there are. Qinxiang was extremely suspicious. Just what happened above the myriad Tao that was always able to descend upon such a strong guy batch by batch? First, it was the former Heaven Old Orcs, then it was the Heaven Old Divine Race, and now it's the Tingu Beast. I don't know about that. If you want to know, you have to grab their higher-ups and ask them. Chen Kai shook his head. At this time, Qinxiang and Chen Kai had no way of knowing where the Tingu Beast had come from, so they could only give up and wait for them to see the living Tingu Beast with their own eyes. Bang! 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 Suddenly, someone roughly knocked on the door. There were many people at the backyard of the He clan. Qin Kai had only just arrived and did not know many people, but there were already people looking for him. This made him more curious about who was looking for him. After opening the door, the dozen men immediately rushed in and quickly closed the door. Each one of them was ferocious and had a murderous look on their faces. They were all big men. "You two have just arrived, right? Who are you two?" One of the young men said. He looked at the middle-aged leader and said, "He is our big brother Big Biao. Quickly kneel down and salute him. From now on, you all have Big Brother Big Biao protecting you. Oh, yeah, after you kneel, don't forget to give 1 billion Dao crystal to Big Brother Big Biao." The funny thing was, these ruffians actually cultivated the venerable ancestor later stage. They did not know how they managed to cultivate it. It could only be said that the pills in the divine wasteland were flurries. Plussing more and more, allowing many people to cultivate to the venerable ancestor realm. What if we don't kneel down and give up to the Dao crystal? Chen Kai asked. This is the He clan. Even if we are to give it to him, we will give it to him. If we were to tell this to the people of the He clan, wouldn't you be afraid? Huh. When the 10-odd men heard this, they all burst into laughter. He clan? Don't you know that we are protected by the people of the He clan? Stop talking nonsense and quickly kneel down. Otherwise, don't blame us. A young man said as he rubbed his fist, which was making a gurgling sound. Judging from his ferocious expression, he was very scary. But Chen Xiang and Qin Kai were not afraid of them at all. So it turns out that the He clan is protecting you. Chen Xiang laughed. I don't believe that the He clan would shelter you 10 over stupid pigs. He clan is a grand world-defying stage clan, but he can raise pigs. It's unbelievable. You're courting death. The young man immediately roared and threw a punch at him. His fists were still extremely fierce and imposing in the past, but when his fists approached Chen Xiang's face, they were suddenly blocked by a burst of support, and it was difficult for his fists to reach his face. A bunch of overconfident people. Do you think you guys can take our protection fee? Chen Xiang sneered, extended his hand and grabbed the big-sized man's wrist, then pinched it hard, and with a crack, the bones on his wrist was broken by Chen Xiang. What frightened the youth was that he did not feel any pain, and the bones in his wrist were broken. You are going against the heavens. Big Brother Big Biao saw that Chen Xiang was actually fighting back, and immediately became furious. He took out a large hammer and rotated it towards Chen Xiang. You bunch of weak pigs only dare to do this sort of thing. 2 beams of fire shot out from Chen Xiang's eyes, burning the hammer into ashes. This scared Big Brother Big Biao so much that he retreated a few steps. Now, they finally understood that the people they met this time were extremely powerful, and their strength far surpassed. Said theirs. People with that kind of strength were mostly from world-defying stage. They would definitely not be able to beat him. You all, there are those who won't leave. Big Brother Big Biao's reaction was very fast. He hastily left through the door, and the rest of the people immediately followed, worried that they would be killed. I didn't expect to cause trouble. These guys are really B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. Chen Xiang shook his head and sighed. He probably went to look for help. Let's take a look first. Qin Kai put his hand on Qin Xiang's shoulder because Qin Xiang wanted to leave. All right, Qin Xiang did indeed want to stay here and head towards the natural law world to follow the world-defying stage clan and search for the Tingu beast. It was just that he didn't know if they would still be able to go if he stirred up some trouble now. Very soon, people arrived. The people here were a bit more powerful, but Chen Xiang and Qin Kai were not afraid. Isn't this the steward? Chen Kai laughed when he saw an elder walk in. Qin Kai had seen this butler before when he first entered the backyard, and he had a good relations. H.I.+P with the butler too. Chen Xiang guessed that Big Brother Biao and the rest of them had this butler behind their backs. When the butler came in, his face was fierce, but after seeing Qin Kai, His expression became much warmer. He looked at the group of pigs behind Qin Kai and berated angrily, "You pigs, if you continue to cause trouble for me, all of you get out of He clan!" The butler was not like those fellows who only had eyes and eyes for eyes. Of course, he could tell that Chun Xiang and Qin Xiang were not ordinary people, or else he wouldn't have scared Big Brother Big Biao and the others so much that they would run away. But this made him curious. Why would the people of the world-defying stage come here? The majority of the people who came here were here to obtain divine pellets. A divine pellet to allow someone to enter the world-defying stage was extremely precious, and only through this opportunity would ordinary people be able to obtain one. However, to those who had already stepped into the world-defying stage, this was not very attractive. However, Qin Xiang and Qin Kai were here. Qin Kai seemed to have already seen through the butler's thoughts. He walked over and smiled. "Butler, we are indeed from the world-defying stage. We only came here out of curiosity. It's very rare for us to be able to accompany the world-defying stage clan and the heaven old divine race on an adventure in this world. Traveling outside is a form of training for us. It can strengthen our mental state." Qin Xiang laughed. "Chief Butler, let's forget about this matter. We don't have any losses anyway. Then I'll apologize for those guys here." The butler hurriedly nodded with a smile and apologized to Qin Xiang and Qin Kai. Qin Xiang and Qin Kai naturally accepted his apology and chatted for a while. In the end, the butler said that he still had things to do and left in a hurry. "I wonder if we will attract the attention of the He clan." Qin Kai said, "There are already a lot of people in the venerable ancestor later stage now, but there aren't many in the world-defying stage, only many in the world-defying stage clan. Very few people in the citizens are able to step into the world-defying stage with their own strength. If there are any, they would be won over by the powers such as the world-defying stage heavenly sect. As long as they don't find out who I am." Qin Xiang said, "Our current goal is to follow them to the natural law world to find those Chingu beast and find out where those Chingu beast came from." See 3134. See 3134 pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name. Mobile phone. Synchronous read. Please visit Qin Xiang, and Qin Kai had been waiting here for a few days, but no one from the higher-ups of the He clan came to look for them. Big Brother de Biao and the rest of those ruffians are most likely kept by the butler. This butler made a lot of money and was worried that we would expose him, so he did not inform us of his ident. One tie. Otherwise, if we were to discuss this with the higher-ups of the He clan, he would be in deep trouble." Qin Kai laughed. He had only been in the human world for a few years and already understood this kind of human nature. A powerhouse like the He clan should not like this kind of thing. Qin Xiang laughed. "That's not bad. At least it's a good thing for us. But we still have to be on guard." Qin Kai opened the door and went outside. "Look! It looks like we are about to set off. During this time, you always come to remind us to be prepared." When Qin Xiang went outside, he saw that there were already more than 3,000 people in the courtyard. Big Brother de Biao and the other 10-odd people had also disappeared, probably killed by the butler. The main butler belongs to world-defying stage. This guy must have earned a lot. Qin Xiang looked at the butler in the distance and said softly to Qin Kai, "An old man dressed in extravagant clothing suddenly arrived," and the main butler immediately and respectfully walked over to pay his respects to the old man. "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. We can set off tomorrow morning. Before you depart again, you must eat a pill. This pill can protect you from being poisoned." The old man took out a golden box and handed it to the butler. "Give one to each of them and watch them eat it." The steward nodded and gave the pill to everyone. The 3,000 people let him send it for a long time, but now it was Qin Xiang's turn. Qin Kai and Qin Kai's turn. They had already agreed to pretend to eat it. So after they received it, they only put it in their mouths and then used a force to wrap this pellet in. All right, everyone has already consumed it. In that case, if you meet a savage beast who knows how to use poison, you all don't have to worry about it. When the old man saw that everyone had finished eating, he said loudly, "Go back and have a good rest. We will set out tomorrow morning and head to Natural Law World." After the old man, everyone went back to their own rooms. After Qin Xiang returned to his room, he quickly spat out the pill and frowned. This is definitely not an antidote pill. Qin Xiang could currently be said to be one of the top alchemistess in the divine wasteland, so he could tell with a glance if it was a poison antidote pill or not. What kind of pill would that be? Qin Kai also spat out, "I don't know yet. I'll take a look after I dissolve it." Qin Xiang took out the Tianquang furnace and placed the pellet inside, then released the weak, world-defying Ji. "Oh, fire inside to incinerate. This is a poisonous pill." After Qin Xiang incinerated, he said in shock, "Could it be that these fellows want to use poison pills to control everyone? So sinister." When Chen Kai found out about this, he was a little angry, but he almost believed it. It should be a poison pill that will take effect at a certain time. Qin Xiang said, "I've been infected with this poison before, but I just don't know what will happen when this poison pill breaks out." Qin Xiang also did not understand this kind of pill. He continued to study it closely, while Chen Kai had already gone to rest. Early morning on the second day, when Chen Kai woke up, he saw that Qin Xiang was still facing the pill furnace. So he said, "We're going out to gather. Have you gotten a result?" "There are already results. This pill should have been refined by the heaven-old divine race. I never thought that there would be an alchemist master in the heaven-old divine race." Qin Xiang exclaimed, "His technique is also very profound." Qin Xiang was only curious about what would happen after the poison broke out, and he also had to find a way to cure it, because it was refined by the heaven-old divine race. If the heaven-old divine race were to use it on him in the future, he would be prepared. There are indeed many strong fellows in the heaven-old divine race. It is not strange for them to refine pills. Qin Kai said, "Maybe they even refined a large amount of pills to allow people to enter world-defying stage. It should be good. They even know how to use this poison pill to control others. That way, they won't need to be afraid of betrayal, and they don't need to pay anything to be able to get a bunch of slaves." Qin Xiang gnashed his teeth and said, "I must stop this from happening. Is there any way?" Qin Kai asked, "I'm also worried that I'll be poisoned. If you have a good idea, then that's fine. I don't need to worry about that anymore." "Not at the moment, but if I meet people from heaven-old divine race and kill one or two of them, I can find a way to break their detoxification pills and find the herbs needed to concoct them." Qin Xiang said. Chen Kai had already opened the door and walked out. After following him out, they saw the old man again. But what surprised both him and Qin Kai was that many of them looked listless and were even trembling. Seeing the situation, Qin Xiang and Qin Kai reacted very quickly. They immediately pretended to be listless, and like the others, their bodies trembled as they walked into the group. Many people here seemed to understand something when they saw that everyone was in the same situation. Just as Qin Xiang had said, the poison from the pellet yesterday had already acted up, which was why everyone acted like this. He and Chen Kai had only pretended to eat it, so they weren't poisoned. Everyone's condition isn't too good. As the old man spoke, he had a sinister smile on his face. "But don't worry, I have pills for you. If you take them, you will recover immediately." As he spoke, the old man had the butler give each of them a red pill. Qin Xiang and Chen Kai could see that when those people saw this pill, they looked like hungry wolves that had seen meat. Their eyes had already turned red, and when this pill came into their hands, they quickly stuffed it into their mouths. When it was Qin Xiang and Qin Kai's turn, they also learned to act like this, in order to not be suspected. When the main butler saw them acting like this, he was secretly happy because the people from the world-defying stage were also controlled by the He clan. After consuming the pill, everyone recovered their spirit. Everyone knew that this was all part of the He clan. Although they were angry in their hearts, they did not dare to make sound, because they were sure that they would be in that state again in the future. If they did not have the antidote pill, they would feel very uncomfortable. They were all cursing He Clan in their hearts. Chun Xiang and Chen Kai had also pretended to eat their antidotes. Chun Xiang did not expect to get his hands on the antidote so quickly, and now, as long as he had time, he would be able to concoct the same antidote. All right, we can set off now. When the old man saw that everyone was being honest, he immediately laughed out loud and took out a huge frisbee, allowing everyone to walk on it. After going up, the elder controlled the flying discs to fly quickly, and they headed towards the myriad Tao forest. C-3135. C-3135, the huge flying disc, was soaring high in the sky. Although it was huge, its speed was very fast. Even when standing on top of it, it didn't feel like it was blown by the wind. Chun Xiang and Chen Kai could hear someone discussing about the poison pill in a low voice. Other than Chun Xiang and Chen Kai, everyone else had been poisoned by the poison. They knew how dangerous this great power was, and that it would definitely be controlled by them for a long time. Many people who heard the discussions were furious, but they did not dare make it too obvious, as they were worried that they would be discovered. Chun Xiang was currently seated cross-legged on the ground. He had already entered his own divine sense sea world to refine the poison detoxification pill. He could dissolve this pill and then use the derivation method to refine it, which would be able to produce a greater amount of detoxification power. If he were to clash with the antidote again, he would be able to obtain a large amount of medicinal power, and at that time he would be able to condense a large amount of the antidote. This pill can only be temporary relief. If its quality is high, it should be able to be removed in one go. Chun Xiang thought and estimated how much pills he would need. He had to use his experience to determine this. The time of the poison's onset should be around 1 day. Chun Xiang looked at everyone's expressions. There was nothing abnormal. It had already been 2 hours since they had eaten the antidote pill. The flying disc was still flying, and although its flying speed was fast, it still needed a lot of time to reach the myriad Tao forest. During this time, it was also convenient for Chun Xiang to observe. Soon, a day had passed. By the morning of the second day, the crowd had become listless and their bodies were trembling. This was the same situation as yesterday. It's indeed 1 day. Now that Chun Xiang had determined the time of the poison's onset, he could calculate how much strength it would take to purge the poison in one go based on the quant. 1 tie of the detoxification pill. At this time, the butler started to distribute antidote pills again. This time, he gave each of them 3 pills. This way, the pills could last for 3 days. At this time, everyone was very sure that they had been poisoned. They never thought that a dignified He clan would actually use such a despicable method to harm them. This made them even more furious. At this moment, the flying discs were enveloped in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Everyone was suppressing their anger because the people of the He clan were on the flying discs, and they were very strong as well. Even if the people of this place worked together, they would still not be able to defeat the elder of the He clan. Everyone, as long as you cooperate with us, after this period of time, I will definitely help you cure the poison. The old man from He clan felt terrified when he was stared at by the crowd's resentful gaze and quickly said. The crowd did not say anything as they silently closed their eyes. They did not know what to say, as they knew that as long as they resisted, only death awaited them. Now they could only accept it. He clan these be. A-S-T-A-R-D-S. I will definitely not let them have a good time. Chen Kai clenched his teeth and sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang. Once there's a chance, attack He clan. These people are too despicable. Even the heaven-old orcs Chen Kai couldn't stand it any longer. It could be seen that Chen Kai was still very righteous in his heart. Of course, I already have enmity with the He clan. I won't let them succeed. Chun Xiang replied. At the moment, he was still concocting pills, but he had used the power of the time laws 3 times inside the divine sense sea world. 2 days had said, and the flying discs had already flown into the myriad Tau forest. The myriad Tau forest had become very beautiful. Even though Changsheng had just arrived here, he could not help but exclaim in shock. He had not been here for a long time, although he had heard of the changes from Qinxiang. He did not see it with his own eyes, so he did not know the exact details. The change is really huge. Qin Kai sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. Those people from the heaven old divine race should be gathering here. They have already occupied the territory of the heaven old orcs. They're actually hiding in here. I was just strolling around here before. Qinxiang could not help but be shocked if he had met these people from the heaven old divine race before. There was a possibility that they would have clashed. At this time, Chunxiang had already refined the detoxification pill, but he only had around 100 pills. After the frisbee flew into a mountain range, there was an empty square in the mountain range. The frisbee landed on top of the square. After they got off the flying discs, they got 3 more antidote pills. While they were waiting, several other flying discs came flying over and landed on the ground. Many people that were recruited came down from above and obtained 3 antidote pills. At the moment, there were more than 10,000 people gathered here. All of them were poisoned, and all of them were controlled by the world-defying stage clan. These fellows sure have good methods. Qin Kai could not help but exclaim, "This way, they'll be able to obtain a lot of slaves." Yes, Qin Xiang never thought that these world-defying stage clan would be so shameless as to do such a thing. The heaven old divine race is here. Qin Kai suddenly said to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang looked in one direction, and everyone looked in that direction too. The people of heaven old divine race were extremely mysterious. They were dressed in beautiful golden clothes and had a beautiful golden mask on their face. There was a golden headband on their heads, making them look extremely aloof. The people of heaven old divine race were indeed strong. Once they appeared, everyone was shocked by the power that they had released. They could not help but lower their heads, afraid that people would think that they were being disrespectful and cause a fatal disaster. World-defying stage fierce power. At this time, Chunxiang also pretended to lower his head, secretly surprised. The people from the heaven old divine race had already cultivated this kind of world-defying stage fierce power to become very pure, and the aura they released was very strong. When will I be able to cultivate it? Qin Xiang already felt that with his current strength, if he wanted to deal with these powerful heaven old divine race people, he would not be able to defeat them. Prepared to enter the natural law world. One of the heaven old divine race people shouted out softly. It was a young man. Qin Xiang suddenly sensed a very strong spatial ripple. When these heaven old divine race people entered, they could directly open a very large spatial tunnel that was connected to the natural law world. Does natural law world really have Tingu Beast? Qin Xiang looked at the black vortex that was slowly growing larger in the sky. That was the entrance to the natural law world. You can go in now. After that, the few heaven old divine race S were the first to go in, followed by the various world-defying stage clan S who controlled the flying discs, flying towards the gigantic black vortex. After entering the black whirlpool, Qin Xiang quickly felt the aura of the natural law world. Motherf asterisk cur, this is my territory. Qin Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. He was the D here, controlled by the natural law world, and now he was actually forced to do whatever he wanted by this group of people. He had to do something. C3136. C3136. Qin Kai was right next to him. He could feel Qin Xiang's current state of mind, and he sent a sound transmission to him. You need to make your move now. Of course not. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, they had already emerged from the darkness and appeared in a forest in the middle of the natural law world. Why are you suddenly angry? Qin Kai was extremely suspicious, because Qin Xiang's anger had erupted all of a sudden. Although Qin Xiang had restrained himself very well, Qin Kai could still sense it. This is my territory. Chen Xiang told Qin Kai simply about how he was in charge of managing the natural law world. Now that my world has been invaded by this group of people, I'm even preparing to wantonly destroy it. That's true. These guys really do owe me a lesson. Qin Kai nodded. Do you have any good plans? After the formation plate was suspended in the air, it released a very peculiar time and SP, a sea power. Following that, a majestic burst of spatial energy surged out, and the SPAC in the sky was suddenly torn apart as a large spatial crack appeared. Boom! Oh. After the sound of the explosion, a large number of SPAC rifts suddenly shattered, and a large amount of black objects rushed out. In just a few blinks of an eye, a large gust of black wind blew out. What ABASTARD? Chen Xiang immediately scolded. He now understood how those Tengu beasts came here. The people of heaven, old divine race, had let them in, and they were the ones who opened a passage for the Tengu beasts to come here. They're using this place as a hunting ground. Qin Kai was also very angry. They know where a large number of Tengu beasts are, and then opened a path, allowing the Tengu beast inside to run over here. When the black gale blew out, a large number of Tengu beasts ran out as well. Moreover, they were blown everywhere by the gale, and were already far away from here. Let's begin the arrangements. An old man from the He clan said. They only had around 3,000 people under their command. Right now, the elders of the various families were beginning to tell the crowd some things that they needed to pay attention to. They wanted the group to hunt the Tengu beast. They did not need the Tengu beast's corpse. They only needed the Tengu beast's beast hair. Chen Xiang had seen those beast hair before, and Qin Kai had also said that the beast hair contained a little less myriad Tao divine soil. These guys are going to destroy my territory. Qin Xiang was about to explode. He had already decided that after everything here was settled, he would go to the divine wasteland and destroy their territory. If they could not hunt a Tengu beast, they would not be able to come back. Even if they did come back, they would not be able to get the antidote pill for a while, and they would be tortured by the poison for a period of time before they could get the antidote pill. The people of He clan and the people of heaven, old divine race, did not go. It could be seen that they were very afraid of death because they did not know the specific strength of the Tengu beast right now. Therefore, when the time came, they would quietly observe from afar. Everyone was very helpless. In order to survive, they could only face unknown dangers at this moment, where Chen Xiang and Qin Kai were also in the crowd. He clan these BASTARDS. They actually dared to scam your father. If I become stronger in the future, I will definitely make them pay with their blood. One of the elders was extremely angry, running wildly while cursing. We still don't know whether we'll make it back alive. The things we face this time are very strong. Didn't you see how those guys didn't dare to follow us? A middle-aged man was very calm. They are watching us from afar. They probably want to use us to test the strength of that thing, said. Both he and Chen Xiang could sense that someone was following them. It was just the old man from the He clan. This animal, I really want to kill them right now. A young man looked behind him and discovered that there was indeed a golden dot in the distance. It was the old man from He clan. His voice was so loud that even though the crowd was running around making noise, everyone could still hear him. He's here, Qin Kai said in a low voice. It must be because of that brat's scolding earlier. As expected, with the speed of the elder from He clan flying over, and a cold expression on his face, he walked into the crowd and locked onto the young man who had scolded him just now. Although he was far away just now, he could still hear the sounds from here. This old man was of Blee status, even in the He clan. How could he tolerate being insulted like this? It would have been fine if he hadn't heard it, but he heard it and knew it was a scolding. Were you scolding me just now? The voice of the old man from He clan was filled with cold air. His eyes swept across the crowd. The killing light caused them all to tremble, as though they could be killed at any moment. So what if I am scolding you? You old thing, you are inferior to an animal, using this sort of despicable method to control us. Even scolding you as an animal would give you face. The young man cursed loudly. He knew that he could no longer live on. Moreover, living like this was worse than dying. He might as well just continue scolding to his heart's content. Hey, since you're begging for death, I'll grant you that wish. When the He clan saw that someone had insulted him like that in front of everyone, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. When the young man saw his angry appearance, he immediately laughed out loud. Old B, A-S-T-A-R-D, I didn't think that you would know how to be angry. However, it is also normal for beasts to get angry. If you really do not want to get angry, then you are truly inferior to beasts. Everyone admired his courage and inwardly cheered for him. The He clan old man's face suddenly became sinister. His palms started to exude purple mist. I suddenly changed my mind. I want to make you live a life worse than death. In a flash, he appeared in front of the young man. His purple hand was already slapping towards him. And just as he was about to hit the young man, Qin Xiang immediately used a teleportation to teleport the young man away. The He clan elder missed, which surprised him. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be able to use teleportation. Good. I want to see how long you can struggle. When the He clan saw that the young man was teleported to the distance, he anxiously rushed forward. But just as he was about to go over, Qin Xiang had already teleported and appeared behind him. The old man from the He clan was very powerful. He had cultivated the primordial divine body and had just not reached the peak yet. Although he had only reached mastery, he was still an extremely powerful existence in the divine wasteland, and was not someone the venerable ancestor realm could handle. C-3137. C-3137, just as the He clan elder flew over, he sensed that someone was following behind him. He was greatly alarmed, as if he had thought of something, but it was already too late. Qin Xiang had already made his move. When the heavenly magic sword appeared, it instantly flashed with a cold light. The old man's head that was just about to turn had already landed on the ground. When everyone saw this sudden scene, they could not help but be dumbstruck. The incomparably powerful old man from the He clan was killed just like that, and the person who made a move easily chopped off that head. You. Who exactly are you? The He clan elder looked at the indifferent Qin Xiang. He remembered that the person in front of him was also recruited by them. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of getting the antidote pill? Although the old man's head was chopped off, he did not lose it. His body was already being stepped on by Qin Kai as he searched through the items. Just who are you? The He clan elder could not help but be alarmed. The person in front of him was clearly not an ordinary person. Why would such a capable guy sneak in? He must have a reason. You want to know? I'm not going to tell you. Qin Xiang kicked the head away and released a heaven-blasting palm and a world-defying G. Oh, D-fire. The head exploded into dust. After exterminating the old man from the He clan, Qin Xiang looked at the astonished crowd and laughed. I'm an alchemist. You don't have to worry about the matter of the antidote pill. I can refine enough antidote pills for you guys. Brother, is this true? I thought we'd be like this for the rest of our lives. The youth from before shouted excitedly. Your antidote pills can last for 2 more days, can't you? Qin Xiang said, Wait for 2 days. I should be able to help you guys get it over and over with. After that, Qin Xiang and Qin Kai brought this group of people to a place to hide and helped them refine the antidote. Qin Xiang first concocted antidote temporarily, so it wouldn't take him too long to concoct a lot of antidote in a short period of time. This took him a full 10 days to complete. At this moment, everyone's poison had been dispelled, and they were all overjoyed. In order to settle them down, Qin Xiang contacted the Heavenly Dragon City, had the Heavenly Dragon City send people over, and then led the group of people to various places in the natural law world to settle down. I haven't met any Tengu beast yet. Qin Kai laughed. He clan would definitely ache over losing such an old fellow. Haha, what a great pleasure. We need to find the Tengu beast. We need to get rid of them as soon as possible. Chun Xiang was currently not in a good mood. He was the one in charge of managing this natural law world. And now, someone was messing around in his world, releasing a large number of Tengu beasts to harm this world. This made him very angry. Heaven, old divine race, the one who bullied me was not strong enough. Just you wait. Chun Xiang closed his eyes and searched through the entire natural law world, quickly locating a few Tengu beasts. There are more than 100 of them, and a Tengu beast is approaching a city. Chun Xiang clenched his fists. Although it had been more than 10 days, these Tengu beasts had not started their destruction and were just wandering around. Let's go! Chun Xiang brought Chen Kai and quickly teleported to the Tengu beast that was approaching the city. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang and Chen Kai arrived at the Tengu beast's location. This Tengu beast was like a crocodile, but it was extremely huge. Its body was hundreds of meters long, and its entire body was covered with dense black spikes. This is the Tengu beast, Chen Kai said. Those spikes are their beast fur. They have extremely strong defensive power. Ordinary divine weapons would not be able to break through their defenses. Try this one and you'll know. Chun Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword, then teleported over. Just in case, he had released the black long whip in the past, and had this black long whip tie the Tengu beast up. Chen Kai originally wanted to go and help, but seeing that Chun Xiang had released a very powerful black whip to tie the Tengu beast up, he felt that there was no need to go over there. This whip is really powerful. Chun Xiang had thought that the Tengu beast would break free, but the Tengu beast only roared and rolled on the ground, its spiky fur constantly trembling. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, prepare to die. Chun Xiang landed, and the heavenly magic sword easily stabbed into the Tengu beast's head. Under his control, the heavenly magic sword entered the inner part of the Tengu beast's head and started hacking inside, and in that short period of time, the Tengu beast was killed. This big guy is really big. He has quite a lot of fur on him. When Chen Kai arrived at the bottom of the Tengu beast's corpse, he felt as if he was at the bottom of a small mountain. He walked over and pulled out a sharp thorn. Is there really a myriad Tao divine soil here? Chun Xiang asked. I'll leave this corpse to you. If I refine the myriad Tao divine soil, I will give you some. Sure. Chen Kai laughed. That whip of yours is not bad. Can you let me have a look? Chun Xiang Pa S, said the whip over. After Chen Kai received it and examined it, he exclaimed, This is made using the myriad Tao divine soil S, and the number of myriad Tao divine soil S used is not any less than yours. It's just that, due to the different effects, it wasn't refined into a sharp weapon. This whip seemed to be able to extend its length infinitely. If not, Chun Xiang would not have been able to bind this mountainous Tengu beast just now. Is it really the myriad Tao divine soil? No wonder he's so powerful. Chun Xiang had been bound before, so he couldn't struggle free at all. Hee, you really have a lot of good stuff. It seems like I don't need to help you hunt the beasts. I will just follow behind you and collect the corpses. Chen Kai laughed. Because Chun Xiang was in charge of the natural law world, when he closed his eyes, he could see the entire world. The size of the Tengu beast wasn't small, and it was very easy for him to find them. In just a short 3 days, all 100 Tengu beasts had been killed by him, and the natural law world had temporarily escaped calamity. They will come back, Chen Kai said. Your natural law world SP AC is too weak. You need strengthening. How? Chun Xiang didn't understand this. Well, I don't know either, but the strength of this world is closely related to your own strength. Try and see if you can use your own strength to strengthen this world. Chen Kai thought for a while, then said, But before that, let's go kill the world-defying stage clan and the people of heaven old divine race. It's not good to have them here. C3138. See, 3138, the people of the Heaven Old Divine race were much more powerful than the people of the World-defying Stage clan. The people of the Heaven Old Divine race could use the powerful World-defying Stage fierce power, and like the Heaven Old Orcs, they both had a strong heart, and their hearts were their weakness. Don't go against the people of the Heaven Old Divine race. Even if you know their weakness, it would be hard for you to defeat them. Qin Xiang had seen the Heaven Old Divine race before. They were indeed very strong. He did not know if he could defeat them. That's because Heaven Old Divine race is a lot more powerful than Heaven Old Orcs. Otherwise, Heaven Old Orcs would not be so obedient right now. If they want to suppress Heaven Old Divine race, then they can only look at Heaven Old Orcs. Heaven Old Orcs should be thinking of a way to evolve his strength right now, and only then will they be able to fight against the people of Heaven Old Divine race. Qin Kai's words made Qin Xiang feel a little heavy. The people of Heaven Old Divine race seemed to have grasped some way to release the Tengu beast. Now that they had their eyes on the natural law world, they would definitely continue. In a short period of time, they would not be able to fight against the World-defying Stage clan and the people of Heaven Old Divine race. I'll go look for these guys now and see where they are. Qin Xiang had seen the Heaven Old Divine race people following them in before, but he did not know whether they were going back or not. Closing his eyes, Qin Xiang could directly observe the natural law world. If there was a very powerful aura being released from the natural law world, he could also quickly lock onto the location of the aura being released. Not long after, he found a person from Heaven Old Divine race. Found it, he's the only one. Qin Xiang shouted excitedly. If he was alone with the Heaven Old Divine race, he felt that he could still handle it. Are you sure he's alone? Qin Kai asked. Search the surroundings again. If there are other people from the Heaven Old Divine race nearby, it would not be good. Yes, search carefully. Qin Xiang searched carefully, but there was no one around the Heaven Old Divine race. The person he found was indeed him. He's the only one. Come with me. Qin Xiang said, when the time comes, you will hide in the vicinity. If there is any danger, I will depend on you. What is this guy doing there? Qin Kai asked. I don't know. He was sitting on top of a mountain peak with his legs crossed, as if he was resting or sensing something. Qin Xiang said, he probably did not realize that all the Tengu beasts were already killed. Go to that place and let me stay at the foot of the mountain. Go find him yourself. If there really is something dangerous, I'll help. Qin Kai said. His strength was still very strong, and he had a lot of experience dealing with the Heaven Old Orcs. In his eyes, the Heaven Old Orcs was no different from a person from the Heaven Old Divine race. All right. Qin Xiang brought Qin Kai and stealthily arrived at the foot of the mountain. After he placed Qin Kai at the foot of the mountain, he himself activated counterpower to conceal himself, and then quietly flew to the top of the mountain. He was wearing a mask, and his face could not be seen. When Qin Xiang arrived in the sky, the Heaven Old Divine race person was still sitting cross-legged, as if he did not know that he had arrived. This guy is very strong. Although he was sitting here quietly without any defenses in place, why do I feel like he has no flaws? Qin Xiang wanted to attack, but he didn't know how. He rarely encountered this kind of situation. In the past, when he appeared on top of an enemy's head, if the enemy didn't notice, he would be able to kill him in the next few seconds. But this Heaven Old Divine race person made him feel like he had no place to start. Use that black whip to tie him up, and then release the seal's power from the 6 realms mirrors. Finally, use the heavenly magic sword to stab his sword through his heart. After Qin Xiang decided on his strategy, he took a deep breath. This was him using all of his most powerful divine tools at once. It could be seen how cautious he was towards this Heaven Old Divine race person. He took out the black whip and made a decision. After making a decision, he suddenly threw the black whip out, and in the blink of an eye, the black whip appeared on the Heaven Old Divine race's body, binding the heaven-old divine race's person. And then he released the 6 realms mirrors. It worked. In the next moment, Chun Xiang appeared behind the heaven-old divine race man and thrusted out his sword. Just as he was about to pierce through the man's body, an Astonies plusing thing happened. The heaven-old divine race person's body suddenly swayed and released a gold light. The dazzling gold light carried a scorching heat, and in an instant, Qin Xiang felt that the blood in his body was about to be burnt. After a flash of golden light, the heaven-old divine race disappeared as well. He hurriedly retrieved the black whip and 6 realms mirrors back. This guy, his body turned into light and broke free from the restraints I placed on him. Qin Xiang's seal did not seal the light, but the light could easily pass S through the seal and I plus any out. Thus, the person from heaven-old divine race could break open the seal and escape. Who are you? His voice was filled with killing intent. The dense killing intent caused the sky to suddenly turn dark, and the cold wind howled incessantly. I am a person of this world, and you are here to cause destruction. I do not welcome you. Qin Xiang said, I really didn't think that there would be someone with this kind of strength in this world. This is extremely rare, but it's a pity that you met me. After the heaven-old divine race disciple said this, he rushed down, his body shot forward like a ray of light, causing Qin Xiang to instantly feel a scorching pain. This guy is really scary. Qin Xiang placed the 6 realms mirrors on his chest. When the other party rushed over and struck the mirror, it was immediately bounced back. After being rebounded, the people of heaven-old divine race were in a sorry state. The magnificent golden white robe on his body had already been burnt to pieces. Just what was this thing? It can actually injure me. The people of heaven-old divine race shouted in anger. Weak human, you have angered me. You are the ones who angered me, right? You came to this world to cause destruction for no reason at all. You barbarians actually think that you are very noble. In my eyes, you are just arrogant wild boars. Qin Xiang snorted and retorted angrily. The people of heaven-old divine race, who had always thought of him as very noble, were actually called wild boars by the humans they had looked down upon. This caused him to be extremely angry. See 3139. See 3139. Qin Xiang's words infuriated the heaven-old divine race, causing his body to continuously release terrifying golden light. This light made the stones on the mountain peak melt. It was so strong. Is it the world-defying stage fierce power? It really is scary. As Qin Xiang held onto the 6 realms mirrors, he started to worry if his own 6 realms mirrors could still hold on. Although Qin Xiang's eyes were in pain from the light, he did not close his eyes. He saw that in the instant of the light explosion, a large ball of golden light flew towards him from the exploded body of the heaven-old divine race. There was a 6 realms mirrors in front of Qin Xiang's chest. This kind of quick attack was impossible for him to dodge, and he could only rely on the 6 realms mirrors to block it. Hua! The golden light shone onto Qin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors, and after a series of explosions, Qin Xiang was forced to retreat. There were 6 realms mirrors blocking that ball of energy, but he was not injured. The waves of energy were still rampaging inside his body, wanting to destroy his body. Luckily, even if he could circulate the devouring magic kung fu, he was able to absorb and refine the waves of world-defying stage, fierce power that had entered his body. How did you train your body? He clearly knew that Qin Xiang had a divine tool that could reflect his strength, but he still continued to charge forward. It was to distract Qin Xiang's attention and let the few tiny golden threads he had released penetrate the latter's body. He had already succeeded, but he did not manage to kill Qin Xiang as successfully as he had expected. In his imagination, as long as his world-defying stage fierce power entered Qin Xiang's body, he would be able to quickly destroy Chun Xiang's flesh. But this never happened. This was something he had never encountered before. Even against the powerful Heaven Old Orcs, this move of his was extremely effective and could easily destroy Heaven Old Orcs' heart. This guy has a lot of combat experience, but unfortunately he made a mistake. Chun Xiang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The opponent's attack just now had severely injured him. Looks like your body isn't very strong either. When the Heaven Old Divine Race saw Chun Xiang spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and that the blood carried his boiling power, he could not help but laugh. I want to see how long you can last. Heaven Old Divine Race flew over once again. His attack was the same as before. It was just that he released even more golden threads this time. Come in. When the Heaven Old Divine Race turned into a golden light and rushed towards Chun Xiang's chest, the 6 realms mirrors that was in front of Chun Xiang's chest suddenly appeared. The Tianchuang furnace's mouth faced the golden light, and after the golden light rushed in, Chun Xiang immediately closed the lid, while the 6 realms mirrors went to resist the golden silk threads that came from all directions, rebounding all the golden silk threads out. The surface of the Tianchuang furnace was extremely hot, and it was shaking nonstop. If this goes on, your Tianchuang furnace will be destroyed. Feng Kute said, using the 6 realms mirrors to cover the furnace entrance, facing into the furnace with the mirror. As long as he released any energy, it would bounce back from the mirror. Chun Xiang immediately did as he was told. But before he released a ball of his power, he started bombarding the Heaven Old Divine Race cultivator inside. While the latter blocked his attack, he took the chance to change the cover. The Heaven Old Divine Race caught a glimpse of a hole in the cover just now, but it was immediately covered again. He once again transformed into a golden light and charged forward, but after class. I plus ing against the 6 realms mirror's mirror. The force he released was rebounded back, and it had increased by several times, hitting him back, seriously injuring him. This guy killed himself. Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, looked at the Heaven Old Divine Race inside the furnace, and laughed. What's going on? Chun Xiang suddenly saw a large black cloud rolling in from the distance, accompanied by a terrifying aura. They're from the Heaven Old Divine Race, 4 of them, and they're very strong. They look like they released all the world-defying stage fierce power from their bodies, and they're Russ. Plussing towards us. Chun Kai suddenly jumped up. Hurry and go! Chun Xiang grabbed Chun Kai and immediately teleported into Danji. Oh, demysterious land! That guy was taken care of by you? Chun Kai asked. He was captured by me, but he didn't die. It took me a long time to get him. This guy is really strong. Chun Xiang said, if I didn't react fast, maybe I would be the one to be done for. Chun Xiang and Chun Kai were currently in a secluded place in Danji. Oh, demysterious land, and he told Chun Kai the entire process. What a powerful Heaven Old Divine Race. It's been a long time since I last saw them. How did they improve so much? Chun Kai's face became gloomy. He had told Chun Xiang before, as long as he could attack the heart, it was fine. But this was not easy, because the Heaven Old Divine Race people's bodies could split at any time and then combine together. If they got close to them, they would need to possess sufficient strength to fight them in close quarters. Otherwise, it would not be able to pierce their hearts. Go and refine those Tengu beast first. I want to see the situation inside the natural law world. Chun Xiang closed his eyes and examined the mountain peak he was at just now. He saw 4 Heaven Old Divine Races there, all dressed the same. OL-5 just issued an emergency call for help. This is a very rare occurrence. There is actually an expert in this world that can make him ask for help. Who exactly are they? It is impossible for humans to be so powerful, and we can only be the Heaven Old Orcs. But how did the Heaven Old Orcs come to this place? I don't know. In short, OL-5 is still alive, but his whereabouts are unknown. We must find him. He has the world-defying mad source speed. We can't let him fall into other people's hands. Even if he dies, we must get the world-defying mad source speed back. Hearing their conversation, Chun Xiang's heart jumped. The man from heaven old divine race just now actually asked for help. If he could hold out for a while longer, these people would have arrived. The 4 heaven old divine race people immediately spread out, looking for the 5th brother in the air. Chun Xiang took out the Tianchuang furnace, looked at the heaven old divine race man lying on the ground, and thought, what is a world-defying mad source speed? Could it be that their powerful world-defying stage fierce power came from the world-defying mad source speed S? Chun Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to enter and kill the heaven old divine race people inside. He wanted to see if he could find the world-defying mad source speed. C3140. C3140 Chun Xiang probed the body of the heaven old divine race person, and very quickly discovered that there was a very strong energy source in the heart of the heaven old divine race person, and it was extremely violent. Not long after he killed the heaven old divine race person, the body started to exude a gold light, and very quickly it became gold-colored ashes. Oh no! No, it must be because the body has lost its consciousness and is unable to control the strong power inside it. That's why the power is destroying the body. Chun Xiang was sure that the energy source was the world-defying mad source bead. Sure enough, a golden bead appeared inside the Tianchuang furnace. This bead was currently colliding against the walls of the furnace. The speed of the collision was extremely fast, as though countless golden lights were flashed. Plussing around inside the furnace. Can this thing help us cultivate world-defying stage fierce power? Chun Xiang immediately used the world-defying stage divine power to control the suppression, but it did not succeed. Shao Kur, try releasing your sealing power. This thing has a very strong world-defying stage fierce power. I wonder if it can be tamed by me. Chun Xiang looked carefully and sent out his divine sense to investigate, but he did not find anything. It's best not to fuse with this thing. This thing might be obtained by some means and might not belong to them. Feng Kuta said, Chun Xiang had previously heard from the 4 heaven old divine race S that they were going to take back the world-defying mad source speed. Yes, I'll try and see if I can refine it. Chun Xiang released the world-defying G. D fire to burn. After being burned in the time domain for a month, he actually did not succeed. This thing is very hot to begin with, and the world-defying stage fierce power is so much stronger than my world-defying stage divine power. If I were to release the world-defying G, D fire to burn it, it would only be engulfed. Chun Xiang said, it's not easy to deal with. Seems like I can only wait for you to cultivate world-defying stage fierce power. Feng Kutar said, you should be aware of the difference between yourself and those heaven old divine race people now. Of course I know. I will start training the world-defying stage fierce power now. Chun Xiang's body had an invigorated meridian, which allowed him to absorb the world-defying stage fierce power above the myriad Tao. Previously, he could not absorb it because his body was not strong enough, but now that his body was strong enough, the time was ripe. He closed his eyes and focused all of his attention on the heavenly Pa-S sage channel in the divine sense sea world, trying to sense something from it. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt a golden power appear before his eyes. After opening his eyes, he examined the divine sense sea's black meridian and saw a trace of golden light S-H-I plus Ning inside. This is the world-defying stage fierce power. Chun Xiang immediately lured the golden silk thread over and gathered it. I should need to condense a world-defying mad source bead. I don't know how long it will take. I need to use the dual time domain. After using dual time domain, he could transform one day into 30 months of time to use. He didn't know why, but the speed at which the world-defying stage fierce power was being absorbed was extremely slow. 30 months Pa-S said quickly, but the world-defying stage fierce power that he had condensed was only the size of a grain of rice. This should be my world-defying mad source bead, but compared to the heaven old divine race, it's way too small. The world-defying mad source beads of the heaven old divine race were as big as eggs. I can only continue. I have to hurry up. Right now, he could not use the triple time field either, otherwise he would not have enough energy to condense world-defying mad source bead. It had already been a month since they were outside, and the atmosphere inside the Danji, mysterious land, was extremely tense, because something big had happened in the natural law world and they wanted to contact Qin Xiang. But Qin Xiang still hadn't appeared. Qin Xiang was right inside the Danji, mysterious land. He had almost finished cultivating his world-defying mad source bead. Although it was not as big as an egg, it was still not bad. Let me check the situation of natural law world. After Qin Xiang closed his eyes, he immediately sensed that a lot of dead souls had appeared in the natural law world, and quite a few people had died. Quite a few people have died. At least a few cities have been destroyed. This group of BASTARDS, I will make all of you accompany me in death. Qin Xiang could feel the qi of the 4 heaven old divine race people. They were also hunting Tingu beastes. When he came out, he immediately went to find world-defying stage Tao ancestor and the others, telling them some information. Right now, the most important thing is not to eliminate the things outside, but to strengthen the natural law world spatial barrier so that they won't be able to open it that easily. Only you can do this. The world-defying stage Tao ancestor said, You guys should be careful when you go out. Don't deal with those fellows. Once I've reinforced the SPAC wall, I'll go out and destroy them. Qin Xiang hurriedly left and came to a quiet place before he attempted to sense the spatial wall of the natural law world. As he was a cultivator of spatial energy, he was able to sense it very quickly. Moreover, he could sense that there were a few weak spots and even some cracks. He immediately released some spatial energy to repair it. He would need to consume a lot of his energy to repair it. Fortunately, he recovered quickly and was able to maintain his energy consumption. It's been repaired. The next time they want to open, it won't be that easy. Right now, I have to continue strengthening the spatial walls. It looks too thin. Qin Xiang did not know why, but he was getting more and more familiar with the natural law world, and he was getting more and more clear about it. Using my world-defying stage fierce power to circulate the laws of SPAC, I wonder what will happen. Qin Xiang thought of doing it and immediately gave it a try. After that, he released an extremely dense spatial energy, which turned into a golden color and rushed into the spatial wall of the natural law world, swiftly strengthening the spatial wall. No, my world-defying stage fierce power is too weak. It's not enough. Qin Xiang saw that the world-defying mad source bead he created had become dim, and he could not help but become anxious. Got it. He remembered the big world-defying mad source bead in the heaven old divine race. After a few tries, he successfully transferred the world-defying stage fierce power inside into his small one, and then used his own small world-defying mad source bead to summon his spatial energy to strengthen the natural law world spatial wall. He carried on continuously for a month. That large world-defying mad source bead had already become transparent, and all the world-defying stage fierce power inside had been used up, while the natural law world spatial wall had already become very strong. C3141. C3141 at this time. Qin Xiang's relations. HI plus P with the natural law world was getting closer and closer. He didn't know what was going on, but if it was before, he wouldn't be able to make such a huge change to the natural law world. Is it because I'm getting stronger and stronger? So can I now have basic control over the natural law world? Qin Xiang thought so. Right now, he could directly sense the SPAC of the natural law world, and could even release his own strength to strengthen it. He once again confirmed the location of the natural law world and was very satisfied. This will do for now. After I get rid of those few heaven old divine race people, I'll use the world-defying mad source speed S in their bodies to increase the SPAC. If it were not for him using that world-defying mad source speed, the SPAC of natural law world would not have been strengthened so quickly. As long as the SPAC of the natural law world was not as easily torn apart as before, it would be difficult for people from other worlds to reach the natural law world, and only he could freely enter or leave it. Could it be that they've killed a lot of them and reduced the number of people here? Chun Xiang guessed, and very quickly discovered that there were a few auras. They are fighting! Chun Xiang had already seen 3 heaven-old divine race people fighting against a Tengu beast. What made him curious was that the Tengu beast was very small. The Tengu beast he had seen before were all as large as a mountain, but right now they were fighting with the people of the heaven-old divine race S, who were only slightly taller than normal. Compared to the other Tengu beast, they were very small. What surprised Chun Xiang was that this Tengu beast was extremely powerful, to the point that it actually required 3 heaven-old divine races to attack it together. Furthermore, they were unable to attack it for a long time, making it difficult to deal with. This thing is very strong. Go and ask Chen Kai. When Chun Xiang arrived at Chen Kai's secret room, he found that Chen Kai was in the midst of extracting myriad Tao divine soilless from the Tengu beast's fur. Other than needing some time, he didn't need to consume anything else. The SPAC has already been strengthened by me. It won't be so easy for those fellows to come back to natural law world in the future. Chun Xiang said, "How are you doing? Did you manage to get many myriad Tao divine soil S?" "It's not much, it's pitifully little." Chun Kai shook his head. "Of course, this is not as much as I had expected. A Tengu beast is able to produce 2.5 taels of myriad Tao divine soil. Indeed, it is rather rare." Chun Xiang laughed. "But at least it's better than nothing." "But it's true. There are a lot of Tengu beast anyway, so you should be able to catch some of them." Chun Kai laughed. "Are you prepared to go out?" "Yes, I saw 3 heaven-old divine race people surrounding and attacking a Tengu beast. It's just that this Tengu beast looked very strange. It looked like a gorilla." Chun Xiang told Chun Kai about the size of the Tengu beast. "Oh, my gee. Oh, this must be a beast king." It said that the beast king of Tengu beast can evolve into a human. Chun Kai said, "Right now, you should be considered a beast king." "Doesn't that mean that there are more myriad Tao divine soil on this heaven-old super beast king?" Chun Xiang's eyes lit up. "That's not it, maybe not at all." Chun Kai shook his head. "I don't dare to be sure either." "All right, I'll go out now and see if I can find a chance to ambush those 3 BASTARDS. After Chun Xiang found out about the situation with the Tengu beast, he immediately headed towards the natural law world. These guys are all using the strength of their flesh. They didn't use the world-defying stage fierce power. Chun Xiang was watching the battle between the heaven-old divine race people and the Tengu beast from afar. He also noticed that the Tengu beast's fur was gray, without any thorns. However, the heaven-old super beast king's fur was extremely tough. Chun Xiang saw that even though one of the heaven-old divine race people used his weapon to hack at it, he could not leave any scars. This guy is really scary, but my heavenly magic sword should be able to easily break through his defense, right? Chun Xiang frowned. Even so, this thing is not easy to deal with. I wonder if I can beat it. Seeing that the 3 heaven-old divine race S were struggling so much, Chun Xiang secretly calculated in his heart, "If this goes on, we will lose. Have you informed the boss?" One of the heaven-old divine race people asked anxiously, "If he doesn't come soon, we have to leave quickly." "We've already notified him, but there seems to be a problem with our communication device. The SPAC here has suddenly increased, but we don't know why it's like this." Another heaven-old divine race said, "The SPAC C here had indeed just been strengthened by Chun Xiang, and originally they couldn't use the communication device anymore unless they forged it from a new perspective. Then let's hurry up and go. The voice of one of the heaven old divine race people was filled with worry. No, this is a Tengu beast that is close to the existence of a beast king. We cannot let it go. If we can tame it, he can bring us into the heaven old super realm, and there will be a large number of them, and even more myriad Tao divine soil. You should know why the beast hair on these Tengu beastess can be refined into myriad Tao divine soil, right? The main reason is that there are a large number of myriad Tao divine soil at their place, and they often roll on top of the myriad Tao divine soil, which ACCU mulat over time. This heaven old super beast king definitely knows how to go to heaven old super realm. This is a very strange time PAC world. The heaven old divine race said, "We must stall for time and wait for boss to come." The big boss they were talking about was the strongest, but for some reason he hadn't come yet. Does this heaven old super beast king have that kind of ability? Chun Xiang was shocked. If he could quickly obtain a large number of myriad Tao divine soilless, he wouldn't need to refine them himself. At this time, his heart was thumping wildly. There were a lot of myriad Tao divine soilless, and that number was very little above myriad Tao. Is it really possible that there are a large number of myriad Tao divine soilless? Chun Xiang was still suspicious of this. Roar! Heaven old super beast king suddenly roared out. His fist finally struck one of the heaven old divine race's man's chest and sent him flying. The heaven old divine race man's heart was severely injured, and he could not help but scream in pain. Third brother, you useless thing, you actually got hit by this beast. One of the heaven old divine race people was very angry because he was also tiered. Heaven old super beast king only needed to deal with 2 people from heaven old divine race. The pressure on him lessened. The heaven old super beast king is really powerful. To think that it would be so easy to deal with 3 people from the heaven old divine race. Chun Xiang was secretly shocked. He was worried that this beast king would be taken away. C3142. C3142 pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name mobile phone synchronous. Read. Please visit after the third brother had been injured. The other 2 had become extremely angry. This was because it had already implicated them. So when something like this happened to them, they would become the most furious. Chun Xiang could see the anger on their faces, as if they wanted to kill OL3 right now. These guys are really ruthless. Are all heaven old divine race people like this? Chun Xiang thought back to what happened to Chen Kai. Originally, Chen Kai had been hunted down and killed by the people of heaven old divine race, and the main reason was that he possessed the bloodline of the heaven old orcs. It's time to make a move. Chun Xiang quietly went over to Old Third's side. OL3 was quickly healing himself, and he even took out a bottle of pills. He poured out 2 of them. What pill is this? It looks pretty good. Chun Xiang smelled the fragrance of the elegant pill and couldn't help but to become spirited. The quality of the pill was very high. Its refining methods were also very different, he could tell at a glance. Mine. Chun Xiang laughed. He had already rushed to the back of the third brother, and the heavenly magic sword instantly pierced through the third brother's back and stabbed into his heart. Dead. Chun Xiang immediately threw Old Third's body into the Tianchuang furnace. He had already gotten the bottle of pills. At this moment, the Tianchuang furnace was trembling nonstop because there was a world-defying mad source bead inside, recklessly making its way forward. Chun Xiang immediately ordered Feng Kuter to release the sealing power to suppress it. Have they found out? Chun Xiang immediately hid himself. The reason he had been so easy to get his hands on was mainly because the third brother was already heavily injured, and they weren't very defensive. This place was already a very intense battlefield, and he felt that no one would come here, so he was so relaxed. OL3 is gone. a heaven-old divine race man suddenly shouted. When Chun Xiang heard it, he had already teleported. Has OL3 run away? They didn't know that their third brother had been killed by Qin Xiang. They could not split their attention either. It would be very difficult for the two of them to deal with Heaven-Old Super Beast King. But now that OL3 suddenly ran away, it made them feel even more pressured, and they had already decided to give up. Let's go. Just as that person finished shouting, Qin Xiang had already quickly flew over, stabbed him in the chest, and then threw him into the Tianchuang furnace. Fourth bro. The remaining one should be number 2. Seeing his comrade pierced, he immediately understood that number 3 must have also been killed in this way. After the second brother let out a scream, Heaven-Old Super Beast King's palm had already struck over, striking his head, causing it to explode. In the moment of shock, the second brother had accidentally let his guard down and was attacked by Heaven-Old Super Beast King. Qin Xiang immediately chased after him. He teleported extremely quickly. Arriving in front of the second brother, he slashed at the chest, and after the heart was destroyed, he anxiously threw the corpse into the Tianchuang furnace. I finally settled it. It was surprisingly easy. Qin Xiang did not expect himself to be able to kill 3 Heaven-Old divine race people in such a short time. The main reason was because they were standing and fighting with the Heaven-Old Super Beast King S, and did not expect Qin Xiang to be here. Even more so, they did not expect Qin Xiang's strength to be so strong that they could hide and not be discovered. Qin Xiang told Feng Kuker to seal the 3 world-defying mad source bead inside, so they wouldn't collide with each other inside. Otherwise his Tianchuang furnace would be destroyed. This guy seems to be able to sense me. Qin Xiang was still invisible, but Heaven-Old Super Beast King was looking at him. He's very strong. You'd better forget about it. Feng Kuker warned them. Let's go and find the one that is still in Heaven-Old divine race. That guy is the boss. He's the strongest one there. Focus on dealing with him. N. Qin Xiang really wanted to fight with the Heaven-Old Super Beast King, but he did not have the confidence. Earlier, the 3 Heaven-Old divine race people did their best to not take him down, so he definitely could not as well. Goodbye. Just as Qin Xiang teleported away, he was only able to enter the spatial tunnel, but he was caught by a force which shocked him greatly. What's going on? After Qin Xiang was pulled out, he fell hard onto the ground and saw the gorilla like Heaven-Old Super Beast King. What's going on? After Feng Kuker asked this, he also saw the situation outside. Human, why are you helping me? Heaven-Old Super Beast King actually spoke. His voice was very Hoa, RSE, but everyone could hear him clearly. They were my enemies in the first place, and I just took this opportunity to kill them. Qin Xiang said honestly. I didn't provoke you, let me go. Where are you going? Heaven-Old Super Beast King asked. You have the ability to travel through SPAC. Can you bring me out of this SPAC? Before, this place was still very weak. At that time, I could still leave this place myself, but now I can't. Where are you going? Qin Xiang asked. I just need to leave this place. I don't have any direction to stay here, so I can't find the place I need to go. Heaven-Old Super Beast King's eyes were filled with confusion. Oh, where are you going? Qin Xiang suddenly became curious. I heard from them that you are from the Heaven-Old Super Realm, right? Yes, that's not a good place. You want to go? Heaven-Old Super Beast King asked. I don't want to go. I have another enemy here. I'm going to destroy him. Qin Xiang shook his head. He never thought that the Heaven-Old Super Beast King would actually have such a human nature, and did not have any enmity towards him. If I leave, can you help me? The Heaven-Old Super Beast King said again. All right. Qin Xiang thought about it, and finally decided to take this Heaven-Old Super Beast King away and help him. After Qin Xiang accepted him into the 6 realms mirrors, he came to Divine Wasteland. After he released the Heaven-Old Super Beast King, the Heaven Old Super Beast King, was very excited. He said that this was the place he was going to and was very grateful to Qin Xiang. I will definitely repay you in the future. Goodbye. After Heaven Old Super Beast King finished speaking, he quickly ran away and disappeared. Qin Xiang shook his head. He then returned to the natural law world. There were still many Tengu beasts here, but he did not need to worry about them. If the many experts joined hands, they could still force them to retreat. It's just that the Heaven Old Divine race was not easy to deal with. Not to mention, he was the strongest one among the 5. This guy is still hunting Tengu beast. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and quickly locked onto the location of the Heaven Old Divine race. After finding it, he immediately teleported over. But just as he went over, the Heaven Old Divine race person disappeared. Let's go. Qin Xiang felt a trace of qi remaining and was shocked. The other party seemed to suddenly come over and immediately ran away. C3143. C3143 pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name, mobile phone, synchronous, read. Please visit Qin Xiang, immediately closed his eyes and searched the natural law world for him. But he was unable to find him even after searching for a while. Where did you go? Qin Xiang frowned. He cannot leave this place. The SPAC here has already been strengthened by me, so he cannot open it. He continued to search within the natural law world, but he could not sense the aura of this person from there. He could only search on one side while killing the Tengu beast that were Partic. 1P, aiding in the search on the other. A few days later, he suddenly sensed a trace of qi, but immediately disappeared. This allowed him to be sure that the Heaven Old Divine race was still inside, and that he had hidden himself. Does this guy already know that his other 3 companions are dead? Qin Xiang guessed that this was the only way he would hide. He feels that it's impossible to leave this place. Furthermore, he has a powerful enemy here, so he will definitely be very careful. Feng Kuter said, if it was me, I would be the same. The other party was extremely vigilant, and it would be very difficult for Qin Xiang to find him. In the next 10 days or so, he killed Tengu beasts everywhere, and the few hundred Tengu beasts were easily taken care of by him. Although the world-defying mad source speed he produced was relatively small, it was enough for him to use the powerful world-defying stage fierce power, but it could not be maintained for a long period of time. After he returned to the Danji, the mysterious land, he gave a portion of the Tengu beast in his hands to Qin Kai. He planned to hand over the majority of the remaining treasures to Lu Menger and the others. Xian, you should already know about the matters of the myriad Tao divine soil. Qin Xiang came to a courtyard and saw that Xue Xian was reading a book. The book was filled with spirit grain and all of these were given to them by Qin Kai. Previously, Qin Xiang had told Qin Kai that if he was free, he would teach him a bit of the spirit grain or something like that to Xue Xian and the others. Elder Qin told us in detail that you had a little bit of it before, but we didn't know much about it back then. Xue Xian nodded his head and laughed. Your heavenly magic sword has been newly refined by Elder Qin, right? Yes. Qin Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword and gave it to Xue Xian, reminding him, be careful, it's very sharp. When Xue Xian took them and looked at them, Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue just happened to come out. They both looked naked at the moment and wore extremely thin clothes. This is the heavenly magic sword refined by the myriad Tao divine soil. Lu Menger watched very seriously and also did not notice Qin Xiang's mischievous gaze sweeping over them. If you need myriad Tao divine soil, I have one here. Qin Xiang immediately gave them a huge storage box and said, there is the corpse of the Tengu beast inside. He told them about the Tengu beast hair, letting them know that the beast hair could be extracted from the myriad Tao divine soil. Qin Kai, this guy can't refine it himself, so I'll give you some. Qin Xiang chuckled, then pinched Lu Menger's B-U-T-T, causing Lu Menger to roll her eyes at him. If we can really refine a myriad Tao divine soil, according to Elder Chen's words, the refined myriad Tao divine soil would be more than enough for us to use. As long as we add a little more, we can make our weapon extremely sharp and STU. R. Dysprosium, Shui Xianxian said. N. But you guys have to leave some for me. I want to strengthen the 6 realms mirrors and the Tianchuang furnace. It's not enough now. Qinxiang said, and then pinched Dongfang Xinyue's charming face. No problem. If you have time in the future, you can come here to obtain the myriad Tao divine soil. If you want to increase the strength of the 6 realms mirrors, I'm afraid that we cannot, and need Elder Qin to refine it. Lu Menger said. Chen Kai was indeed very experienced up there. All right, I'll stay here for a few days. It's been a long time since I've been with you. Qinxiang laughed. Scoundrel. Shui Xianxian scolded her while laughing. In the following 2 days, Chen Xiang played with Shui Xianxian and the others all day. It had been a long time since he was this relaxed. Boom! Asterisk, a dull sound accompanied by a shaking sound was heard. Qinxiang, who had just woken up, suddenly ran out. The commotion was huge, and all the people in Danji, the mysterious land, were alarmed. It's a spatial ripple. When Xia Bailing came over, he anxiously said, There is a strong wave of spatial energy attacking this place. We want to break in. Yue also flew over, saying, This is a power from natural law world. Qinxiang immediately closed his eyes and searched the natural law world for signs of life. Very quickly, he saw a man dressed in luxurious robes. He was wearing a mask and was from Heaven Old Divine Race. It's someone from the Heaven Old Divine Race. This guy seems to have already discovered the existence of the Danji, the mysterious land. Qinxiang said, Don't worry, I'll go out and meet this guy. Qinxiang immediately teleported outside and appeared behind the Heaven Old Divine Race. Sure enough, you're inside. The Heaven Old Divine Race individual stopped his attack and sneered, Who are you to be hiding in this small world? For this world's spatial barrier to be strengthened so much in such a short period of time, it must be your doing. And you are the one who killed my 4 companions, right? The ones who are reckless are the 2 of you. This natural law world is a world that I control. You guys are free to do whatever you want here. So it is normal for you to be punished by me. Qinxiang said in a cold voice, You will naturally not be an exception. Today is your time. The one in charge of this world. We, the people of Heaven Old Divine Race, are the managers of the entire myriad Tao, and we will soon be able to dominate the entire myriad Tao. At that time, as long as we are in the myriad Tao, they will all be ours. You truly are an ignorant fool. The Heaven Old Divine Race laughed. Then let's wait for your mighty myriad Tao to speak. Right now, you are a group of wild boars. After Qinxiang finished speaking, he waved his hand and released the black whip. The black whip flew out like light and wrapped around the Heaven Old Divine Race. It was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil. This Heaven Old Divine Race was extremely shocked. His body suddenly flashed, transforming into a ray of white light that exploded. Countless clumps of light fused and reformed in one place, once again transforming back to the Heaven Old Divine Race. I don't need to pursue the matter of you killing my comrades, but you have to return the world-defying mad source bead to me. There are a total of 4 of them. If you don't give them to me, then no one will be so polite with you. The Heaven Old Divine Race thought that Qinxiang was not easy to deal with, so he discussed the terms with Qinxiang. The world-defying mad source bead was actually so important to the people of Heaven Old Divine Race, which was something that Qinxiang did not expect. I won't give you even a single stone. Qinxiang had to get rid of these guys who were wreaking havoc in the natural law world. C 3144. C 3144 Pure Text Online. Read. Local domain name. Mobile phone. Synchronous. Read. Please visit. Seeing Qinxiang's determined ATTI. Tude, the Heaven Old Divine Race knew that Qinxiang would not negotiate with him. It seems this is the only way. The heaven old divine race person's expression changed and then suddenly disappeared. He actually used spatial teleportation, which was something Qin Xiang did not expect. This guy actually knows how to teleport. Qin Xiang was startled and immediately went to check on the location of the natural law world. He quickly sensed a trace of aura and had already determined the location of the man from the heaven old divine race. Qin Xiang teleported over and quickly caught up to him. He did not know what this heaven old divine race wanted to do. After arriving here, Qin Xiang felt that something was amiss. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. I was careless. Qin Xiang looked down and realized that there was a very large array disk below. He had actually entered into an array disk that was already set up a while ago. The moment he stepped onto this array disk, the array disk would activate and trap him inside. This little trick won't hold me back. Qin Xiang immediately used the white tiger leap and easily jumped out of the great formation. However, after he jumped out of the formation, he entered another formation. Not good. This is a consecutive maze formation. Feng Kuta said in shock. This kind of formation is intertwined together with multiple formations. It can only be a few or hundreds and will be like a maze. If you jump out of this formation, you will end up in another one, and the formation will move into a few more formations, causing you to be lost. Qin Xiang frowned and closed his eyes to look at the natural law world. Even though he could see the natural law world, it did not help him at all. Where's that guy? Is he planning to ambush me here? Qin Xiang was extremely cautious. If the other party were to suddenly attack with the heaven old divine race's powerful strength, he would be in danger. He wouldn't sneak attack you in here because he wouldn't dare to enter this kind of chain link maze himself. Feng Kuta said at this moment she also felt that the situation was extremely serious. She could not afford to deal with this kind of array. She needed to break it one by one, not run out from it. Then let me see if I can find that guy. Qin Xiang searched for traces of the heaven old divine race disciple in the natural law world. He quickly found him and found that he was actually attacking the SPAC. What does he want? Could it be that he wants to enter the Danji, the mysterious land? Qin Xiang shouted in shock. If he is allowed to enter the Danji, the mysterious land, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not only was this heaven old divine race powerful, he was also very cunning. He felt that his chance of victory against Qin Xiang was not high, so he thought of other methods and had to escape from this natural law world because he was the only one here and Qin Xiang was in charge. It would be very easy to find his position. Don't worry, Qin Kai is still inside. Feng Kuta said, right now, what we need to do is to break this formation. Qin Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors. He had originally planned to use the 6 realms time and SPAC door to lock onto one of his acquaintances and then teleport over. However, he did not succeed. What's going on? I seem to have gone into another array. Qin Xiang said, yes, you are still in the consecutive maze formation. You must break it as soon as possible. Feng Kuta said in a serious voice, this consecutive maze arrays might be the type that possesses intelligence. He can control multiple spatial ceiling formations to move back and forth, and after you charge out of this array, you will fall into another one. I know. It's like I just came out of this trap, but Giant is going to fall into another trap. Qin Xiang nodded. More or less, but the most powerful part about the consecutive maze arrays is that they can be used repeatedly, so you have to completely destroy them. In the end, he won't be able to use them again and again. Feng Kuta said, all right, let's begin now. Qin Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword. The heavenly magic sword was extremely sharp, and these array formations were formed by them. It was very easy to destroy them. This kind of ease was only for Qin Xiang, because an array disk was originally very strong, so a very strong array disk was very hard to break. However, Qin Xiang's heavenly magic sword were refined using the myriad Tao divine soil. It was very powerful. Chun Xiang picked up the heavenly magic sword and fiercely hacked down onto the ground a few times, leaving many holes. Chun Xiang felt the S-P-A-C suddenly shake, and he successfully destroyed a maze. All right, Feng Kute said, these array formations should have been prepared by the other party to trap the strong Tingu beast. But if you want to use it to trap you, that would be difficult. Chun Xiang continuously used his heavenly magic sword S to slash at the ground, because there were array discs below. After a long while, he exhaled. There are really too many of these array discs. Yes, there are at least 100 of them. In order to get rid of you, this guy has spent a lot of resources. It seems he's a little afraid of you. Feng Ke laughed. I'll be leaving very soon. When that happens, it'll be his funeral. Chun Xiang snorted and continued destroying the array. For Chun Xiang, destroying the array was very easy, but for the others who were trapped inside, it would be hard to escape. In just one day, Chun Xiang had successfully destroyed the entire chain of maze. This fellow is about to succeed. Chun Xiang closed his eyes and saw that the heaven old divine race disciple had already made the dimensional wall of the Danji, the mysterious land, very thin, and was about to break it. I won't let you succeed. Chun Xiang immediately teleported over. The people of heaven old divine race did not expect Chun Xiang to be able to break through his powerful chain formation, as he understood the chain formation very well. He believed that Chun Xiang would definitely be trapped inside, and if he successfully entered the Danji, the mysterious land, he might even be able to grab a few people from the array to threaten Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang released the 6 realms mirrors. The moment it appeared, it released an array to trap the heaven old divine race disciple. This is actually a chain maze. Impossible! You cannot grasp the consecutive magic array. This array has been completed by our array masters for hundreds of thousands of years. It won't be so easily controlled by a single human. The heaven old divine race started shouting inside. He wanted to try to break this array, but he did not succeed. Chun Xiang's 6 realms mirrors could replicate array formations. Previously, all of the array formations had been copied by the 6 realms mirrors. So when this heaven old divine race person entered, he felt that it was a chain formation. This is finally over. I must let this guy have a taste of my pain. He actually dares to mess around in my territory. Chun Xiang took out a large piece of powder and knew that these were all W-A-N Guo scent S. The bodies and strength of the people of heaven old divine race were very strong. He did not know whether or not W-A-N Guo scent of this level would be effective. C3145. C3145 Pure Text Online. Read. Local domain name mobile phone synchronous. Read. Please visit after Chun Xiang placed the large amount of W-A-N Guo sent into the 6 realms mirrors formation. The W-A-N Guo scent immediately floated away. Because the S-P-A-C inside was sealed, this kind of poisonous scent was extremely dense. What is this? So fragrant. After the people of heaven old divine race smelled it, they immediately became energetic. Then they unknowingly inhaled deeply, and after taking a few breaths, they could no longer stop. I wonder if it's effective. Chun Xiang looked at the heaven old divine race man who was constantly sucking on the poison, and already showed signs of preliminary poisoning. He just did not know whether or not this poison would be suppressed in the future. In order to make the other party even more poisoned, Chun Xiang could only continue refining the W-A-N Guo scent. He also used the time domain, which could allow him to refine even faster. A few days later, he threw a large number of W-A-N Guo scent in, and saw that the heaven old divine race was lying on the ground, as though he was drunk. This should be enough to poison him. Chun Xiang knew very well how powerful W-A-N Guo scent were. If they were unable to cure the poison, even the people of heaven old divine race would become obedient. The He clan had poisoned them with this poison before, but the He clan's poison didn't give them such a comfortable feeling, and the He clan's poison was also refined by these heaven old divine races people. Wake up! Qin Xiang had already sealed the heaven old divine race into A-S-P-A-C inside the 6 realms mirrors. Little b, A-S-T-A-R-D, what did you do to me? After the people of heaven old divine race woke up, who knew how much time had passed, he only remembered that he smelled a very fragrant and beautiful scent, and then fell asleep without him knowing. It's nothing. I'm just letting you enjoy it. Qin Xiang chuckled. You'll know soon enough. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. He had used this method to deal with the heaven old divine race to control him. After half a day, the heaven old divine race people inside the 6 realms mirrors started to roll around in pain. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to desperately suck the poisonous scent. As he wished, Qin Xiang placed a bit of W-A-N guo scent in, alleviating the pain of the heaven old divine race. The heaven old divine race person had already taken off his mask. It was an old man. He looked to be in a very sorry state, looking haggard. Old fellow, you must have suffered. Qin Xiang laughed. You little b, A-S-T-A-R-D. He suddenly felt that this method was very familiar, and remembered that they had used some poison to control others. Previously, the other great world-defying stage clan S had taken some poison from them to control some people. It was just that Qin Xiang's poison was even stronger, and when it flared up, it was so deadly that it made him want to die. I learned this from all of you. Qin Xiang laughed. If you don't want to try that pain again, you better cooperate with me or else. Hee, I won't let you die like this. I will make you suffer until your lifespan runs out. Heaven old divine race was so angry that he wanted to scold her, but he did not dare scold her again. The bone-piercing pain he had felt just now had not subsided, and now he even had the thought of smelling the W-A-N guo scent. Originally, he had been very restrained to not let himself think like that again. What's your name? Qin Xiang asked. S-H-I plus Song Kong. Qin Xiang laughed, because he had already achieved the desired result, and this heaven old divine race was cooperating very well with him. How did you guys open up a path for the Tengu beast to enter? Qin Xiang asked again. We will use a spatial formation released by an array disk to connect with the heaven old super realm and let the Tengu beast inside come out. S-H-I plus Song Kong said. He had already made his decision. He did not want to be tortured like this. The array disk should be in your hands, right? Qin Xiang asked again. S-H-I plus Song Kong placed the array disk on his palm. Qin Xiang took it out and laughed. That's good. Don't worry, I will let you live a comfortable life here in the future. S-H-I plus Song Kong didn't say anything more, but he felt extremely disgusted in his heart. He didn't think that he would meet such an end. Qin Xiang allowed Feng Kuter to study the array disk, and then closed his eyes to see the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. After finding it, he immediately teleported over. The top of myriad Tao Divine Mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. There were a lot of people gathered there. When Qin Xiang arrived, he saw a person speaking loudly on a flat platform at the top of the mountain. Right now, everyone only needs to find the people from the Heavenly Dragon City, and they'll receive a generous reward. The old man said, The fellows from Heavenly Dragon City are already hiding, so everyone should be careful. After meeting them, don't expose your intention to capture them, but first get familiar with them, and then find an opportunity to make a move. Qin Xiang suddenly asked loudly, How many rewards are there? The old man was interrupted while he was talking. He was angry in his heart, but he still replied Qin Xiang, 1 billion Tao crystal. Very few. The people from the Heavenly Dragon City are very strong. If I were to clash with them, it would be a narrow escape from death. Qin Xiang said again. No one here could recognize him. Everyone felt that what he said was reasonable. 1 billion Tao crystal was not a small number of people, but if they were to go all out to exchange for them, it would be very rare. If you feel that you shouldn't go too far, then someone else will naturally go. The old man glared at Qinxiang. There's so many people in Heavenly Dragon City. As long as you capture one, you will be able to obtain 1 billion Tao crystal. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is also like that. They don't have much ability. Qinxiang laughed. You can't even deal with a single Heavenly Dragon City. Yet you still want to use such a small number of Tao crystal to fight to the death. How naive. You must be here to cause trouble. The old man instantly appeared in front of Qinxiang. Do I look like a troublemaker? Qinxiang laughed. I just don't want everyone to die because of a few Tao crystal. I think you're here to cause trouble. The elder roared in anger, and the angry look on his face caused everyone around him to retreat. Speaking up for everyone can be considered as causing trouble. It can be seen how much you wish for the people here to die. Then you can SHI plus FT the blame to the Heavenly Dragon City, causing everyone to hate him even more. Originally, we did not have any enmity with him. But with you doing this, we can make him our enemy. Qinxiang shook his head, and you, the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, popped out from who knows where. If you want to mess with our natural law world, you are a troublemaker yourself. What are you? You actually dare to spout nonsense here. It is not your place to speak natural law world. The old man roared. He raised his hand and slapped towards Qinxiang's head. After the palm struck Qinxiang's head, the power he released actually disappeared like a stone falling into the ocean. He did not shatter Qinxiang's head, but instead his power disappeared in an instant.